betrayal. The eagle spreads its iron wings. Desert sands hide the serpent's dead. Mullahs chant while the world burns again. Nukes in the shadows, rockets in the sky. Fanatic hordes screaming death to the west. Time to die. Oil fires rage, the axis turns black. We bring the thunder, no turning back. Hear the sirens wail, the countdown begins. Steel birds of prey, descending on sands. Blow it up, Iran in flames. Nuclear winter, erase their names. Blow it up, turn to glass. Carpet bombs falling, watch the empire crash. From the Gulf to the mountains, let the mushroom rise. Persian Empire burning under crimson skies. Ayatollah's palace crumbles to dust. Revolutionary guards reduced to rust. See children with bombs on their chests. Meet the Reaper's sight. We do the rest. Underground bunkers, sealed tombs of lies. J-dams and molds rain from the skies. No mercy, no quarter. The fact why is dead. Freedom's hammer smashing their heads. Blow it up, Iran in flames. Nuclear winter.
I love bugs. Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing good, everybody.
Empire crash. From the Gulf to the mountains, let the mushroom rise. Persian Empire burning under crimson skies. Feel the earth shake, cities evaporate. No more chance, no more hate. Allah Akbar. Fuck your gate. Fuck your gate. Death to the raging. Live out your dream. Blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up. Iran in flames. Watch the vultures circle, nothing remains. The axis falls. Liberty's fire consumes it all. From the Gulf to the mountains, the old world dies. Persian Empire lighting up the skies. War forever. Blow to hell.
Hope you all enjoyed that. I was trying to get that ready for yesterday, but didn't get it totally rendered until today. How are you today? How's everybody? Hope you're all doing very well today. No, I was going to say Jeff Bridges in the start of it, but I decided not to. It's like, oh man, I could say something about it, but I didn't. So today, significant stuff has happened over in Iran. We are starting to take out more infrastructure. Hooray! It's an infrastructure. Is a bridge, or 2, or 3, or 4. So the U.S. has destroyed the bridge connecting the Shahs to Bandar Abbas in Iran. So we're starting to limit what they're going to be able to move things around. And that's significant because, again, in a war, you don't want them to be able to move stuff around, right? You want to limit to them as much as possible. So this is the footage of it, of them taking out those bridges. Now, you can't just throw some plywood over and still drive over. It's going to be a massive undertaking to rebuild it, which is what we want. So that is one of the bridges we have taken out. A little hard to see. There's some holes and stuff in it already, but we need to get rid of as many of those bridges as possible, as quickly as possible. Make sure they can't rebuild. There's some more. You see all the rubble and stuff now. It's a better image of it. Part of the bridge looks like, oh boy. Oh lordy. That was part of the bridge right there that's now on the ground, as you can see, where it's collapsed. Looks like we only took out one side of it, maybe? No, never mind. I think it's just the start of it. Man. So we are now the Undertaker. Yeah, the Undertaker was there. He's taking all these people to hell slowly. There's some images earlier of us taking out that bridge. And I think we're going to keep going. I don't think we're going to stop. I think it's going to be, this is day 5, 6, right? Of us striking them. U.S. strikes at the Bandar Abbas Railway Junction, a key freight hub linking Iran's largest commercial port of the national rail network. Ports claim to control building and the rail-based missile launcher were destroyed in the latest U.S. Air Force attack. So now we're taking out railways, well, more railways, and anything else around it. You found me! Well, how long did it take you to find me? I'm doing good. How you doing, brother? Make sure you bookmark it. That's what people have to do now. They had to go start opening it. Mr. Burner. Since I mispronounced that, since Central is there. Oh, I missed you too, brother. Instead of Bernay, when Central used to correct me all the time. I miss Central. I do. But sucks we had our differences, but anyways. You know what's funny is I took off the I used to put Havoc Report before everything. Now that I stopped putting it up there, apparently more people are finding my stream all of a sudden. I have no idea why. Hey, thanks for the $4. Appreciate you. I'll add that in one moment, Ragul. Thank you, buddy. I was not prepared for that at the moment. Make Tehran look like Berlin. I mean, it's getting there. It's looking pretty devastating already. I gotta stop again saying so we started aiming for. I appreciate that, Ruggle. Thank you, buddy. Trying to talk and operate stuff and look for stuff and do things simultaneously. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to reset the bar. I'm just going to start us off halfway today. Maybe people will be encouraged. I don't know. I don't know. We'll get there though momentarily. Because I keep hitting the wrong damn thing. It is. Well, again, so a lot of these news coming out, apparently the original Crown Prince, I believe that's who it is. The original Crown Prince has decided to like put out hits on people. And they drove up next to the
Our Treyarch has just tipped $4.
They drove up next to the police chief of one of the cities and just opened fire and killed him, like mob style. So I mean, it's getting pretty brutal over there. To the no one's going to be really safe per se, because the country's now at civil war, I believe. Yeah, he was in the can, I hear also. So the people also have come out and said to us that they're really happy that we're able to hit strategically and not blow up a bunch of stuff, because they know we're aiming just for the specific targets and not for the Iranian people. So Prince, I don't know what the hell his name is. We could just call him Albert right now. But the prince that's currently there has told the people that the Americans are not trying to kill the Iranian people. They're trying to get rid of the false regime that's been there for, 50 years? Or how long it's been? 80, 90, 40 years? It's been there for the entire time, for 40 years, and said that these people are not really the will of Iran. They are the enemy of Iran. So the Iranian people, again, have been doing like guerrilla warfare and killing them, especially higher up people. And also I think they're delivering information to the Americans and Mossad or whoever else is over there intelligence wise. It would not surprise me at all if there is a bunch of Americans who are stationed there right now working for the CIA or somebody else. And that's that's probably how we're getting a lot of intelligence. So right now, again, we're aiming for strategic targets and blowing up the strategic targets. So we had the bridges that were taken out, railways that were taken out. Again, the U.S. strike hit the Banadar Railway Junction, a key freight hub. I guess they also had like missile-based train cars too. So I think it's the other reason we're taking them out. U.S. CENTCOM said Marines from the 11th Maine Expeditionary Unit conducted a verification boarding of the MT Win Menyeh in Gulf of Oman on July 16th. So another ship, I guess we went and commandeered. Disabled one did not comply and boarded another as part of an ongoing naval blockade against Iran. So unlike the other one, which we shot through the engine room and destroyed a bunch of stuff, this one we, nicely boarded him and threatened to shoot him instead. So stopping another ship through the blockade. What's going on, Randy? Apparently Medicare is saying he's going to laugh if Trump uses the emergency broadcast system to force ABC and NBC to air his speech, which I think would be pretty funny. Or for Triple Canopy in 2026, my buddy is still with them. Him and his units are going to Kuwait next week. Oh. So, I mean, they said we might have like 50,000 troops over there right now in the area. But those 50,000 troops, I think, could be anywhere from... Yeah, I figured you meant buddy. They could be anywhere from on the ships, on land. We have multiple bases over there. As far as I know, there are no troops per se inside there. Again, good chance CIA or somebody else is chilling in there. It's kind of what we do. I mean, we literally have them all over the world. So they're probably just chilling, giving stuff. And the rest of the people are just around an area. Is the speech tonight? I don't even know when the speech is supposed to be. Let's go see. At 9. Oh, man. Got on too damn early. Yeah, people are saying it's at 9. Probably on Fox or somebody else is going to be my guess. I mean, it won't be that late. 9's not too bad. I don't know why he's doing it so late. A lot of people are older who enjoy his speeches who really gone to bed by that time. Got a bunch of old people there that, probably want to check in sooner. That would be my guess. He should be done at around 7. Yeah, 7 or 6. That would have been all right. Because here's the thing. He could do it at any time, and the rest of the news cycle is just going to pick it up and rebroadcast it, right? So it's not like he has to pick a specific time to do it. The 4 p.m. dinner crowd, the early bird special. Alrighty, hey, now I'm going to bed. NBC, ABC, and CBS have refused to show it. I mean, that's up to their priority. I cannot speak right now. Prerogative. I did not know why I was having a stroke there. Prerogative. But, I mean, they don't have to. It's just their own ratings that they're going to destroy. Depends on how many dabs I've done. And I've done 9 dabs. I'm going to sleep. I never did the dab thing. I'm not a big weed person. Not my thing. I'm more of a coffee person these days. It's called getting old. Who's going to be declared enemies of the state? ABC, NBC? Again, it's their own. The libertarian in me is saying, hey, don't, they have a choice as a, they have a choice to show it if they want or not. And it's their ratings. If they're not going to show it, who cares? Right? I'm just going to put this on here for a second. One of the IRGC decided to try to shoot an RPG-7 using the underbarrel attachment on an AK-47. Apparently it went off. It's surprising. But again, I wouldn't say they're enemies of the country or anything. That is their own That is their own decision, right? They can decide if they want to, get ratings or not. What are they going to put on that hour? Probably nothing. Pretty late in the evening, right? So who knows what they're showing at that time. Apparently, Sunset Boulevard is closed. A little something besides the war. Sunset Boulevard is closed indefinitely in West Hollywood after a massive 100-year-old water main ruptured, nearly flooding most of the city early Thursday morning, creating a large sinkhole directly under the traffic light at Sunset Boulevard and Hollywood Drive. Los Angeles is literally sinking. You mean like the one from Total Recall?
See how full that sinkhole is from the water main break earlier this morning. It looks like they're starting to hook up some pumps there and siphon some of that water out so they could get down in there and start working on the main line. And then you can see the street that's buckled as well. So this is going to take some time, probably likely several days to make repairs to this section. It's right at the intersection of Sunset and Holloway, and so expect Sunset to be shut down for about a block in each direction from Holloway. We're not seeing a lot of congestion as far as traffic on Sunset, and we'll start to make our way down Palm Avenue, which is where that water was rushing down earlier this morning. There's still a closure here on Palm Avenue between Sunset and Santa Monica Boulevard. You can see firefighters that are here assessing the damage that occurred here on Palm. So we're going to make our way down to Santa Monica. Santa Monica was closed and was flooded earlier on this morning. So they have reopened that since, so you can make your way through on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Yeah, it's a city of failure. No one cares what the hell's really going on in LA. We just want to see the city drown in its own filth. Getting 100-year-old water mains. Most of the city has not been properly maintained. It's either fires or water. Homeless everywhere. Huge problem with drug addiction. Huge problem with homelessness. And they're supposed to be hosting, the summer games, winter games, where it's supposed to be. It's going to be a shit show. It's going to be terrible for the Olympics. But the Olympics are also cursed, right? Every city that's ever had it, suffered because people try to get the city all looking beautiful and try to make it look great and yada, yada, yada. And what ends up happening is that a lot of money gets poured into it. The money doesn't go anywhere. The city doesn't make enough. And then they suffer for it, as time goes on. Well, California has a lot of natural resources we want. What we need to do, though, is get the current regime out of there. We'll go from there. There we go. A little bit of sad news today. A Texas dentist charged with the death of a 4-year-old in procedure she didn't even need. So for people that don't know, I think 75% of dentists are probably the devil. And you have some that actually care. I had a good dentist. And she's going there. She used to do cleanings and stuff. Very nice. Didn't overcharge. In fact, when I have insurance, she was just like, oh yeah, come in for $25. I'll do your cleanings, which was cool. And so we just did that for a while. Just $25, go in there, do the cleaning. She just said, it has to be on days where we're not busy. I said, all right, cool. But nice dentist. Other dentists I had, especially when I had Invisalign as a teenager, and I know that was an orthodontist technically, I hope that guy gets explosive diarrhea every day of his life. So for Invisalign, what they do is they solder these little things onto your teeth, and then they click the Invisalign in. And Invisalign's supposed to be painless and yada, yada, yada. Well, my teeth are already straight. I just have some gaps, and they're fixing the gaps. Eagle Rock, California, I believe. I just saw a fire and threw it on, but I believe it's California. So instead of it being like, it's going to take this many trays and you do the trays gradually, instead, though, he's like, no, I don't like that. We're going to reduce into this many instead. And it went from like, I don't know, 300 trays to like 100 and something. And then he charged, of course, the insurance the same amount of money. But to get them in my mouth, he had to like put his knee like on my lap and then shove these things into my mouth, and they're incredibly painful. And then I told him, like, yeah, this hurts like hell. He's like, oh, just take some aspirin and get over it. Excuse me? Anyways, I did that shit for like 6 months, and then I threw him away. I was like, yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I'm not dealing with that. But let's see. Eagle Rock is in, it does not say. Why the hell does this not say? Am I just supposed to magically know where the hell Eagle Rock is at? Eagle Rock campgrounds? I mean, there's only like 4 or 5 different Eagle Rocks, so. Thanks, ABC. Okay, it's LA. Yeah, it's California. Eagle Rock, California. Yes, we are going to get ready for that. Illegal aliens again? No. So it's Los Angeles. There's only 4 or 5 of them when you Google them. It's fine. It's fine. So a Texas dentist has been charged after the death of a 4-year-old girl from a routine procedure that she didn't even need, according to reports. Chelsea Hamphill, mom of 2 who runs the Cuddle Kids Dental Care in Fort Worth, was arrested at her office Wednesday over the April 1st procedure that led to Athena Rodriguez's death. The 4-year-old girl was given a lethal dose of pain medication for a tongue tie operation that both her pediatrician specialists both said she didn't even need, according to the arrest report. I was born with tongue-tied syndrome. It's when the piece of skin underneath your tongue goes all the way to the tip. And anyways, they go in there and they cut it. When I got my wisdom teeth removed, they did that too. But again, that was an oral surgeon. That wasn't a regular dentist that did it. And they say it's unnecessary, but I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody who had it and it was really bad, it does gap the front of your bottom teeth. And then it also gets stuck on the bottom of your teeth and can cut stuff up. And it's very uncomfortable. I had mine done when I was like, I don't know, 17, 16. And I kind of wish they did when I was a kid, so I didn't have to worry about it. They said she was given an excessive amount of Demerol, highly addictive pain medication known as a amphetamine, 2 other sedatives, and nitrous oxide, according to the reports. Hemphill, 48, attempted CPR when the girl became unresponsive, with another dentist helping, but Athena could not be saved and been rushed to the hospital. Her cause of death was giving metpidurine toxicity. Her family said in a fundraiser it was heartbreaking by the sudden loss of the 4-year-old girl who was filled with life and kindness. Her presence also lit up the room, and she brought so much joy to everyone around her. Hemphill's arrest report said the amount of medication found in Athena's system would have been high for an adult, and the medication was given to her twice. Her level was 793 nanograms per millimeter, way above the range of 200 to 500 for an adult. Hemfire didn't realize the 3 drugs combined could potentially fatal, according to the warrant. She also used the wrong drug when trying to resuscitate the girl, the warrant said. Throughout the investigation, Detective J.S. said he has learned that the Hemphill own statement, her staff statement, and from medical professionals that there was evidence of neglect on Hanfield's part that led to the Athena's death. Both the girl's primary care pediatrician and ear, nose, and throat specialist later told investigators they both earlier examined Athena and found no evidence she needed the tongue-tied procedure, the report said. Hanfield, originally from Shreveport, Louisiana, now faces 20 years in prison and a $10,000 fine after being charged for the injury and death of the child. Horrible. Horrible. I just don't think she gave a shit. I think she just admitted medication and didn't care. It sound like MJ's doctor? Yes. I'd give you the forever sleep. Long forever sleep. Let me see. Is Glenn back up and working? News. Big break. People are saying the devil is dead. Mossad never forgets, apparently, according to Israel. Hamas operative Hassam Ali Shaifi, who allegedly infiltrated Kibbutz Nerim during the October 7th attack, was accused of taking part in the abduction and killing of 3 off-duty Israeli soldiers, has been killed in an IDF operation, according to the claim. He's been living under a new identity while working as a barber. Well, apparently now he's dead. There you go. On this day in 1945, the United States successfully detonated the world's first atomic bomb, the Trinity test site in New Mexico. Oh, interesting. I did not know that was today. Good times. Good times. Gunfire was reportedly at the ICE administration building in Phoenix, Arizona. Apparently, people are now shooting at the building in Phoenix, Arizona with the ICE agents. Again, people over there now fighting with the ICE agents. Don't know why. Apparently, it's a thing. Apparently, Elliot's Page Odyssey, new movie, is looking absolutely craptastic, by the way. I'm not going to see that. I don't think anyone else is going to see that movie. The illegal alien who assaulted a teenager has no business being in the country, according to Homeland Security. People are not paying attention. Currently, there is a Canadian woman who decided that she was going to assault somebody wearing some Trump gear. Someone out there is wearing a Trump hat or something. She decides she's going to walk up and assault her. Again, you don't really have the right to do that no matter what you want to think. Again, there could be a guy walking down, goose stepping down the road, and you don't have the right to assault him. You can think he's an asshole. You can think he's a piece of crap. She was wearing USA 150. Do you mean 250 gear? She was not wearing Trump stuff at all. So she was a Canadian who doesn't even like America, apparently. Caitlin Tracy is a criminally illegal alien from Canada who was charged with simple assault, neglect of a child, compound crime, and harassing communications. She allegedly struck a teenage girl wearing, well, this one's saying pro-Trump memorabilia. This is from Homeland Security. On a boardwalk in Point Pleasant Beach during the 4th of July weekend. She was arrested at the Point Pleasant Beach Police Department who facilitated a controlled transfer into ICE custody, where she will remain pending her immediate immigration proceedings. She entered the United States in April 14, 2024 on a visa set to expire on September 6, 2024. In violation of national and laws, she overstayed her visa and failed to be self-deport. So this guy claims that he married her too, right? So he claimed he married her. But people are saying that not only did I think the paperwork was not real, they're trying to say, oh, that the paperwork, they think it was like going to be a common law marriage and it was going to be fine and no paperwork was granted. And even if you marry somebody from a different country, there's still paperwork they have to go through to become United States citizens, right? They can't just automatically, oh, I'm here, right? That doesn't happen. The husband of the left-wing Canadian woman who assaulted a pro-Trump teen was later detained by ICE and has posted a series of disturbing videos. In them, he prays for cancer to strike President Trump and his entire family, including little kids and shit. So the husband, boyfriend, whoever he is becoming deranged even more so over time. Now, here's the thing. He could take his happy ass to Canada. Oh, no, wait. That's right. Canada has laws about immigrating. Oh, weird. Weird, right? Strange. He can't just randomly go walk over there. How strange. He has to go through immigration proceeding just like any other country. So apparently he thought she could just come over here and she was going to become a legal citizen, which she wasn't. Overstayed her visa, was here illegally. Hey, thank you very much for $4.99. Appreciate you. I don't know. I don't think it will kick in until $5 over, Samuel. Though I thought it would kick in now with the $4.99, but I guess it won't. Lazy bastard robot. It did used to kick in any amount. I don't know why it's not doing it now. I know Laverian Savage gets it through somehow. Apparently the Canadian was also talking about how much she hated America and she hated being here before the assault. Wild video footage shows the moment crazy Canadian illegal immigrant Caitlin Tracy battered a teenager at the Jersey Shore over the 4th of July weekend for supporting pro-Trump gear, landing her in ICE custody. A brief snippet. Thanks, article. I love when you load all the ads and you jump around. Of the video showing the alleged attack circulating widely online, a woman in dark clothing and a hat is seen stepping towards the younger-looking female wearing a USA 250 tank top. So again, it's not technically Trump gear. It's just USA 250, just supporting the, I don't know why they keep saying MAGA gear, but maybe because then they can make it a hate crime. I don't know. Angrily swinging at her twice before a man escorts her away. The man escorts her away is actually her husband, by the way, or her boyfriend, or whatever they are. The one in the video is Tracy, 33, with similar hair and clothing and her mugshot and social media pics. This is actually exploding a lot bigger because not only is she white, so it's easier to pin stuff down on her, but also it's showing that there's people coming here who don't like other Americans and openly assaulting them. And it doesn't really stop with, again, this Canadian, but the Canadian is a nice cudgel to use because, again, she's a white woman from Canada instead of a, Hispanic dude from Mexico or whatever. It's an easier target, if you will, showing that, hey, look, people are coming over here and willing to assault people just because they want to, right? Just because they feel that they have the right to do that. And the sheer hubris of it is astounding. I have no idea why. Again, if I go to Germany and I commit a crime in Germany, I'm fully expecting the German police to kick my ass, right? Because I'm in another country.
Samuel Bowen 4086 has just tipped $4.99. Canada sucks.
There you go. I manually put it in for you. But yeah, so you have people coming from other countries who don't like the United States, don't really like being here. And instead of seeing it as a country to worship what you want, do whatever relationship you want as long as it's consenting adults, right? Leave the kids and the animals alone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're more than welcome in this country to do what you want and to enjoy your life. But people don't like that. Some people don't like the idea that they can come here and I don't know. It's not their home, so they don't care. They learn different ways of participating in social scenarios. I have no idea what they were taught, but we definitely are hitting a point where we have a lot of people coming over here who would rather be more about their own country, right, than where they are now. Well, yeah, I came here from, I don't know, pick some country. Let's say Mexico, because I'm dealing with my niece's peckerhead boyfriend thing with that now too. So my niece has a boyfriend. My niece is in her 30s, but my niece got a boyfriend, and this dude, dumb as a box of rocks, and told my niece that they need to get a smaller house because he has to send money back to his mom. Mind you, he wasn't working at all. My niece was working, and my niece works as the hell does she do? She's either an accountant or she's a medical billing person. I forgot what the hell her job is, but some good $100K a year job, right? Eagle Rock, California has a house that's on fire. But decent job. And the boyfriend told her, oh, well, we need to get a smaller house because we have to send $1,000 a month back to Mexico. And he brought this up to my family, and my family was like, he's like, yeah, she doesn't understand that I'm trying to take care of my mom, and so we need to send money back. And so my family pretty much told him, your mom sounds like she needs to go get a job. Like, it's not up to your girlfriend, our niece or granddaughter, depending on who we're talking to send money back to your family, right? And he talks shit about he talks shit about the United States. He was there on 4th of July too, and again, talking shit. Again, dumber than a box of rocks. But it's because of the country that he is currently freeloading in, my niece, and again, my niece has her own issues of stupidity, that he's able to take money and send it back to his relatives, right? But they don't care. They don't like being here. They don't like, they don't like being a part of the United States. They just want to use it as a way of making money. Get as much money as they can out of the Americans and send it back. But of course, he doesn't try to say, oh, well, maybe I should migrate my mom here, right? No. She sent him over here as an anchor baby to go make money so she can go live in Mexico and whatever. And there's people who, I guess, live in Mexico like kings while their kids, there's an article that came out 3 weeks ago, about people who left the United States and live in Mexico. And they sent their kids to the United States to work and have them send back money. And I guess they brainwash them. That's just what they do. That's just, that's just how things are, right? And so they have these kids coming over here and they're working not great jobs, but they're sending money back to Mexico to the point where these people are living in like mansions and they live on the resort areas of Mexico. And it's because their family members are sending back money. and they're able to take that money. Of course, I guess the cartel's not involved in that, but they're living like kings. I think India does it too. Other parts of the Middle East, everybody. And it's, really sad to hear because these people are at home making money and the kids are off, in a different country, breaking their ass to send it back. Yeah, and they send it back tax-free. I believe, 50% tax would be great on it. Yeah, you want it? 50% tax. Oh, but that's horrible. Well, stop sending the money out of the country. Like, the money should be staying inside our country. It should never be sent out. It should be recirculated here. More images have surfaced from Iran. This is apparently one of the mosques that was on fire. Oh, sorry, not mosque, next to a mosque. Fire broke out today at the Amman al-Aziyah Shrine Complex in Mashhad, Iran, where Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was recently buried. So, did we blow up his corpse? Is that what we're saying? Did we go blow up his grave? If so, that is awesome. Yeah. I think the 50% tax would be good, to be honest. Hey, I want to send $100 back. All right, we're going to send 50. What? You know what's going to end up happening, though, Patriot, is people are going to, double tap them. People are going to just leave the United States and go to Mexico. And when they try to come back, they can't. Or as people go to Asia, too, also dehydrated. They live in Thailand. And they go to Thailand, they live like kings over there, and essentially have the pension. I don't know, man. Free cremation. I don't know. I feel like people who are going over there, some of them have ill intentions. I don't know. I understand like wanting an easier life, but you know how many perverts are going over there? I mean, people have been assholes entirely. It's kind of the thing where people even say too, like, if you want to own a business and get ahead, you have to learn how to screw people over. And I'm not the hell? Sorry, I have to put something on in a second. One well-placed A10 run, yes. Get rid of all those people in Iran who are worshiping the guy's corpse. Sorry, this took me by surprise here. Did anyone see this? Did anyone see this thing with Tim Waltz today? I'm sorry, this is off the subject, but this kind of caught my eye while I was looking for Iran news. I don't know why this came up underneath my Iran news, but
did that make us any safer? Did that make the children that are left behind any more stable? Did it improve the idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day? And I want to be very clear, these are horrific crimes. They often are.
Tim Waltz says we shouldn't judge child molesters based purely on their decision to rape a child on how they live the rest of their lives. Well, Tim, I said a long time ago you probably molested children, and lo and behold, it looks like I might have been right. Yeah, I think that there's a victim. I think that not only is there a victim, but that child's going to suffer for the rest of their life and have to go through counseling and probably will have issues as they get older. Now, Tampon, you're the only person that is able to get close to these children and have them understand things. Why is it, Tim, that you believe not only do you know better, right? Not only do you know better, Tim, but now we shouldn't judge. Damn audio on my other screen scared the hell out of me. He not only should not be governor, he should not be probably walking as a free man, right? Just saying. Thank you, Hellbent. Because again, how come, Tim, you don't want to judge child molesters on that day? Just saying, buddy. Just walked into to waltz. I should have stayed at work. Well, I'm bashing him, so that should make you feel better. Yeah, the bad day happens to the kid, not the perp. Why should we defend the predator? Yeah, that's right. Why should we? Why should we say we not judge that person? Is our society better? Yeah, our society's better, Tim, because he's off the street. He's off the street and he's no longer able to harm anybody. That's why. Another well-placed date then, right on top of Tim Waltz's house. I don't know. I came across that and I was like, that can't be real. And then I clicked on it, I was like, oh my God, it's real. Not only is it real, but we literally have somebody who's what is he, a governor? Governor, right? He's not a mayor. I'm pretty sure he's the governor. A governor out there saying, oh, well, we shouldn't judge these people. Why not, Tim? Why not? Is it because you feel the walls closing in around you when people are getting judged? Is it because people keep asking for all the Epstein files because we know a lot of you are on there? Is it because you're the guy that was saying you like being around kids and that you're the only one that understands their transgenderism or them being gay, which is weird, which is just really freaking weird in my opinion. Like, if a grown-ass man came to me and told me that my kid understands him more than his family, I would be asking a lot of questions personally. Why is my dude blinking so much? I'd be asking, one, what the hell are you doing next to my kid? Especially he says, oh yeah, I did the gay, lesbian, trans alliance thing and I put tampons inside the boys' bathroom and all this other stuff. I would be asking, what the hell's going on with this man? So, anyways, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Terrible human being. Should not be around anybody. Class action lawsuit has been filed against YouTube over its ad-free subscription claims. Plaintiffs argue YouTube Premium will still show ads because creators include sponsorship segments in their videos. Okay, so look. Here's the issue with that, right? Here's the issue. Kind of weird. We got a guy that says F MAGA, but we were just talking about people molesting children. And then that guy comes in and says that. That's weird. That's a little creepy. So, hey, thank you very much for the 12 months.
Never forget Waltz was the Democrats' solution to their masculinity problem. Lol.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for being a subscriber for a year. Appreciate you. Oh, toodles. So here's the thing. If you have a YouTube Premium account, right? So you have a YouTube Premium, you get the little thing next to your name, and you click on it, and there's no ads from YouTube. But then someone on the stream goes, hey, go to trapperoutdoors.com. Make sure you go to trapperoutdoors.com if you haven't already clicked on the trapperoutdoors.com, blah, 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 right? That's me giving out my sponsor during the stream, right? That's not a YouTube thing. That's a creator thing. That's part of their video. Like, so all this is doing to certain creators, because it says plaintiffs argue YouTube Premium still shows ads because creators include sponsorship segments in their video, right? So if I click on any video that comes out right now, if I go to, I don't know, Into the Shadows, or I go to, I don't know, Kyle Hill or somebody else or Incognito, right? And if I click on any of those, they're going to have a thing where they say, go to nordvpn.com and blah, 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 right? That's different. Now, YouTube Premium also gives you a skip section button to skip sponsorship reads during the video. Now, as much as I don't like actually defending YouTube, right, because YouTube takes a shit ton of money from me every month and likes to shadow ban me, he did running out of fuel there. Not only does YouTube Premium, though, give you a button to skip that. You could skip their ad. Their actual thing that pop up, hey, skip the segment, because the AI figures out what the segment is. So I feel like the lawsuit is bullshit, and I don't really like, again, defending YouTube per se, but I feel that they have no, I don't feel like the lawsuit really has any bearing, right? Yeah, hopefully explosive diarrhea. Ukrainian officers are apparently shooting at soldiers on the ground with live ammunition, saying that it's to train soldiers for live fire. And I wonder how many times they get a ricochet that kills one of the guys next to him. Oops. Maybe that wasn't a smart idea, just saying. Kind of stupid. I mean, they're like shooting dropping rounds next to their head. Like, it's like if you're laying prone and some guy is literally shooting rounds next to your skull. Now, I'm all good with firing over, they do the live fire over the head exercises. You got to crawl and shit like that. All right, I get that. Having people shoot next to you, I get that too. Being shot at, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's not my bag. No, thanks. A sadist who tortured kittens to death arrested in San Francisco rooftop after a breathtaking police chase. Apparently a man who was torturing kittens. Is there a video of this? Oh, there's videos of animal abuse. I'm not going to put that on. The cruel kitten torturer suspect busted on the rooftop after cops a wild police chase in San Francisco. On Wednesday, arrested a sadist who tortured a kitten to death in a bank vestibule after a chase that led them to the rooftops of a Flophouse hotel, police said. San Francisco Police Department was alerted to the case on July 2nd when officers became aware of an animal abuse incident being investigated by San Francisco Animal Care and Control. Officers learned the day prior a man entered a bank ATM vestibule on the 1800 block of Market Street around 2 a.m. carrying a small kitten and proceeded to violently torture the animal to death. Suspect then fled the scene carrying the dead animal. Over the following days, investigators collected clues and led to the identity of 33-year-old William Ostlin of Reno, Nevada, the perpetrator of the crime. Hang him. Next. Remember when you were talking about GamerSup sponsoring you? Yeah, I bet they wouldn't. There's a company called Dragon Tea Company. I'm pretty sure they'll sponsor Dragon Treasure Tea Company. I do like teas. And I do like sponsorships. The Dragon Treasure Tea has never been so animated. I don't have to show for China for him, do I? Yeah, those are the sand people out there. They walk single file to limit their numbers. We're gonna buy my way back to the sand. No. Oh no. Let's see. Supreme Leader Ali Kamali was killed in U.S. aerial strike on February 26, 28. Let's see. We all know all that. I'm looking for just blanket updates. I think the other Supreme Leader's dead. Asian guy in Houston, Texas? Oh, all right. I'm actually interested in that. I saved the link. I actually sent it over the Eufy. Hey, thank you for another $4.99, good sir. Can we get a $5 roll going? Wolf needs an A10. I would love an A10. I'm not going to lie. That's right. I feel like the guy torturing the cat should just be hung, and that should be the end of him. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts. I know some people might say that's a little harsh, but I don't think so. If you hurt kids and animals, there's something very wrong with you. I said that one time, someone's like, well, you go hunting. I'm like, well, that's different. I go hunting for food, not for sport.
Samuel Bowen 4086 has just tipped $4.99. Can we get a $5 roll going? Wolf needs an A10.
That's right. I don't know if I know how to fly an A10. I think I'd have marksman fly that if needed. How many seats are in an A10? 1, 2? I want to say at one point there was there?
At McFly0856 donated $5 through Super Chat. God bless ICE.
Yeah, so I guess that 1 penny is the auto thing. What's the biggest amount I've gotten in one day? Like, or just in general? Like, the most I've gotten in my bar or from a single person?
McFly0856 has just tipped $5.
Oh, you mean like an animal? Is that what you're talking about? Hold on. I will cover Trump's speech tonight, yeah. Samuel, it's fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. I was just putting your stuff in manual. It's all good. What's in 4? 4 is the, where one of the dudes was buried, the Alec Amali or whatever his name was. Sorry, I was doing multiple things at once trying to find another feed. The biggest buck I ever got was a 4-point. I thought you meant like how much money I've gotten in one night. I'm like, I don't know. I think I got like $8,000 one night. That would be nice right now. Shit, I'd pay off half my truck. Haha. Sorry, doing multiple things at once and my brain can only handle so many things. My RAM of my brain is being overused. The crown thing by your name means I don't know. Because I'm not in that chat. Hold on. It means I think that you're a top donator today. That's what it means. I didn't even know that was the thing until I just went and looked. So my chat is from restream.io, so it doesn't have all that stuff. And or top commenter, thanks, comrade. It doesn't show who my mods are on it. Hit that like button, folks. I haven't already done it. Thank you. That's all good. The more you talk, the better, because then people come into the show because it ups us in the algorithm. That's why we get like random teefers or something coming in here and yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs.
Conflict, and the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal, and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal, shows that Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective, because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system.
Neutered's a good word.
Very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation.
Yeah, I heard about how thick the smoke's coming. I guess the National Guard in Chicago and New York were giving out like masks to people who were like coughing. We also have a big fire here that's made the sky all red last night. Caroline Leavitt looks like she's aged a lot. I don't know how that job is, but it must be rough.
So now we're seeing White House press briefings happening again. A live look at the White House. The president will deliver remarks from the East Room at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll air those remarks live as they happen. It's time for us to take a quick commercial break.
Of course. Always with the commercial breaks with you, Fox. Always. I yell and scream at the letterbox for the fact reason. Good conversation starting with passing people. What happens if you crawled inside the letterbox? Like, you guys have one of them, you pop the little door up when they give you letters, you say thank you, scare the crap into people. A Florida daughter says the HOA is trying to force her out of her 55-plus community after inheriting a home from her dad. 28-year-old homeowner says she was being forced out of her father's 55-year-old plus after inheriting the home following his death, as residents are expected to fund the legal fees. Bethany Michael said the 155 generic age residents are being asked to foot the legal bill from the HOA, dead set on removing her from the Arbor Mill retirement community in Jacksonville, she said in TikTok on Monday. This is a 55 plus community, so eager to get rid of their own non-55 plus residents. Myself, that on Wednesday, in order to sue me out of my own home, they're asking 155 residents on fixed income to do a mandatory $1,000 assessment. 5 people voted they approved the special assignment that will charge residents to help amass the HOA legal war chest for a legal fight, Michelle revealed on her Instagram. They followed 155 people to think that they had a decision to vote, with 5 board members who spoke the whole community. Michelle, who hosts a podcast and reviews restaurants, has been living at the retirement community since moving there to Sunshine State in 2020 to care for her terminally ill father during COVID pandemic. She inherited the home after her father died in 2023, and the residents haven't been pleased with their younger neighbor. I'm guessing she's a bitch, because I have this weird feeling that if she kind of kept to herself and nobody knew, no one would give a shit, right? But something tells me that she's a bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like if you live somewhere there, you should just shut up and keep your head down. But it is a 55 plus community that they've built for that, for whatever reason. Maybe because they don't want, loud music or kids on the grass or whatever. But that's their home that they built. And you have this new resident that came in there who, I don't know if she even legally has a right to be there. I wonder if a lawyer would tell her, like, hey, you got to go sell the place. Like, yeah, you inherited it. Now you got to sell it. You can take the money and do what you want. Right? Michelle said the first received a note telling her she didn't meet the community guidelines 3 months after her father has died. She says, I 100% being forced out, she told the outlet. They are trying to rip my office away from me, too. Rip my office? What office? Michael has since been denied access to other community amenities. She faces a lawsuit, the outlet reported. Residents who don't hand out the assessment fee will be charged $100 over the next 10 months in order to the HOA board to require money. So not only do I have to pay for my own attorneys to defend myself against these effers trying to sue me out of my own home, but also I have to pay thousands of dollars of assessment, she said. I have to pay both sides. I have to pay them not to sue myself. Or you could sell the house and move somewhere else, right? Your job is TikTok. I'm going to say you're a bitch. Like, I'm going to say that you're probably a huge asshole. The non-board members, residents who were left conflicted over the lawsuit and subsequently vote to remove Michelle from the community. As a person who has kids, I don't believe that this is my right to do. Just kick her out and take her out. Neighbor William Baltzar said, which is probably given handies to. The majority of the people here disagree with this. There are very few people that are really pushing it. So you move into a place with an HOA. Now, I believe HOAs are terrible, right? But you chose to move there. And you chose to follow the HOA's bullshit, right? Now, again, I don't like HOAs. I feel they are unconstitutional. They lose a lot in court. But I don't know if this is something they can really fight with, because being a 55 or older community, they might get kickbacks from the government also. I have no idea. But again, they could be getting kickbacks from the government. That's the other reason I have to make sure it's only 55 plus. And the other thing is too, you know, a lot of people move to 55 plus communities together because they don't want to be around kids anymore, and that's their decision. So, you know, I would say if I was her, I would pack up my shit and move and sell the place, right? Now, the house might be super nice, so maybe that's why she doesn't want to give it up. Also, sentimental value with her father. It was nice that she moved there for 3 years and helped take care of her father. It was very nice of her, but do I really need to say anything about the HOA and the A10? Well, it's up to you, buddy. I'm not going to turn down the money. Other community residents shared that they didn't like the situation, but wanted to respect the community ownership age restrictions. The HOA covenants require each home to have at least one occupant who is 55 or older, and no one resident 19 and under are allowed to live in the neighborhood, according to the documented view by the Post. Transfer of home ownership is allowed to be transferred to someone under the age of 55 if they meet the requirements that the occupied residents specify. Noting in the section shall restrict the ownership of transactions of the title to any lot, provided no owner under the age of 55 may occupy the home unless requirements of the section are met, nor shall any owner be permitted to occupy the home in violation of the section the document states. The HOA governing law were organized to comply with association responsibilities in connection with the Housing for Older Persons Act, a federal law that makes it legal for certain age-restricted communities to operate in restricted residencies. Yeah, she can get a 55-year-old roommate in there. She could, but it says ownership too. But apparently this does fall underneath a governing act, right? Which is the Association Responsibility in connection with the Housing for Older Persons Act. And that's a federal law. So not only is she fighting the HOA, but she's now fighting a federal law in the area that apparently can be imposed. Michelle remained optimistic and found the HOA after her dad made sure she could be a grandfathered in before his death. Allegedly. I mean, he could say all he wants, but if it's not legal, it's not legal. How many people between the age of 20 and 30 can actually become a homeowner these days? Depends where you live and how much you work, but you didn't become a homeowner, you inherited a house. It's nearly impossible to become a homeowner. I cannot talk today. Homeowner, and the fact that we worked to set it up, the situation where I own a home, I was told I could not be allowed to stay. She says, love you all, even the ones who don't like me. She said, you will live the rest of your life watching me thrive, whether you're happy with it or not. So I'm going to show you what this woman looks like. So that's her, no septum piercing and all. And it looks like a very nice villa community that she's at. But she's here laying on the couch, making TikTok videos, bitching and moaning about the people in the community. Now, those people in this community, again, and I don't like HOAs. Yeah, she's the a-hole neighbor. I'm pretty sure she has people over. She's probably a huge bitch. She's up all hours. She said she reviews TikTok for a living, or reviews restaurants for TikTok for a living. So I don't know, tall man. That's why I moved to a house that was a $200,000. But I have the nice part. I can live wherever I want while I work. So I just moved somewhere I could live. She got a link to her sugar daddy OnlyFans at the bottom. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like this case is going to get bigger, and maybe he wasn't her father. He was just daddy. If you know what I mean. But again, I have this weird feeling that there's some shenanigans going on, and the HOA got word of it, and then they're like, "Hey, yeah, we're not gonna allow this shit." Like, what are you doing? Yeah, like at the end of the Nicole Smith thing. And you know, if it is her real father and she took care of him for 3 years before he died, that's very nice. But they have, as a community, this isn't, in my eyes, this isn't a Goliath versus the giant thing, right? Or a David versus Goliath thing. This is a community that was built for a certain age of people, right? This community put bylaws into place. It was built for these people. And if you're an older person, I think there is a group of people out there, you know, that put their upside down pineapple on their house and, you know, out there swinging, spreading chlamydia. But, you know, that's a decision as the people bought the house, right? They say, hey, look, we're 55 years or older. We want to live somewhere where there's no kids. This is the place we bought. And so I believe, yeah, she should sell it. She should sell it and she should go buy something else. Her opportunity of being a homeowner is not gone. In fact, if anything, she was given a gift to get a big down payment towards another house, right? And that big down payment towards another house, she can move wherever she wants, right? She can move into a city. She can get an apartment. She can do whatever she wants with it. She has to fill out paperwork. And I believe if she told those community of the HOA people, hey, I'm going to sell the house, they'd be happy as a clam. Sure, sell it. We'll help you sell it, right? Help you get rid of it. And then she would collect money. And maybe she's bad with money. And that's what she's worried. But the house she showed looked pretty nice. Looked pretty nice, modern, probably all has new appliances. So yeah, the problem is when she moves out, she'll probably get something not as nice. Or maybe even something nicer. Who knows? It depends where you move. But again, let's say the place sells for $500,000. Yeah, that's a big chunk of change. You want to move somewhere. Like, unfortunately, Tall Man, who mentioned that he has to work double shifts to afford a house, which sucks, and that shouldn't be a thing because the area you're in. But if she's doing restaurant reviews, I would think she would want to move somewhere where there's more restaurants, right? Like, she could literally move to the Bay Area and buy a house for $300,000 that's, you know, out in the boonies, but drive over to do her restaurant reviews, or New York or Miami or anywhere else, right? It depends on the housing market and if the loan is more than she can sell for, right? So she would have to go see how much the house is worth and then try to find a place where she can move for it, right? But mind you, she could also be sued to the point where the house is worth nothing. Yeah, she could spend $300,000 suing them and losing everything. So again, for me, if it was me being a thinking man, I would look at my options very carefully and say, this is a 55 plus community. I'm not 55. I have 15 years to go. And the other thing is, I wonder if she could just rent it out, right? She could rent it out to somebody too. Rent it out. Someone 55 or older moves in there. You get a constant income. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Just rent it out, special agent. Yeah, exactly. I want a 9 or higher single mom community. 9 or higher? 9 years old or higher? Are you talking about looks? I'm going to assume you're talking about looks. Apparently, there has been reports of U.S. strikes at the Bashahir IRGC base as of 24 minutes ago. 35 and a mechanic, so I'm technically 73. Let's see. A SOC or a civil contract. She wasn't a signer on the contract, so she will have to move. I agree. I agree. Iran launches ballistic missiles. That doesn't surprise me. That's why I have the other two up right now on those live cams. Do some background noise, just in case you hear explosions. I mean, if you want a community of single women, I'm going to say you'd probably want to look for a trailer park that's middle class. Probably have a higher chance there. Or apartments. Section 8, maybe? I don't know. I don't go looking for women these days. I'm a nice, happily married man. Iran launches a new wave of ballistic missiles and attack drones against U.S. bases in Bahrain. Iran calls this the 11th strike since the restart of the war. No negations and no end in sight. No, it's a full war now. Like, we're just gonna killing each other. So. But I will say, I think she should just move out. Move out, find a new place to live. I wonder if I could figure out what... Here, let me go do some research. I wonder if I could find out what... HOA... 5+. Homes... Pushing out... Let me see if I can figure out what the homes are. Because I'd be interested to see how much they're worth. Arbor Mills and Oakleaf Plantation. Oh God, you think she has a black boyfriend and that's why they're forcing her out? Looks bad for the plantation. Oakleaf Plantation, Florida. Let's go see how much their homes are going for. Oh. I love the internet. I could find so much stuff out. So they have a house right now that's selling. Pretty nice house. $355,000. Wow. Some of these, so their houses range. Some of their houses go anywhere from $285,000 to $705,000. So she could have anywhere from $250,000 to $750,000 house there. Now, we don't know which one she has, but that's the range. So she could have anywhere from $220,000 to $700,000, give or take. A lot of really nice homes, nice community, looks like. So I'm guessing chances are she doesn't want to leave because it's a nice freaking house. So she might have, let's say $500,000, right? Let's just say we're going to go the middle, $500,000 house. She's got a $500,000 house. She could sell and move wherever she wants. There's Burger King has a typo. They are having sale on kids menus for just $399. Probably supposed to be $399. Or if you call them on, you get something free. Yeah, I bet the taxes and HOA fees are not cheap. And that's another reason, too, is these people got there knowing what they were buying. They went in there and said, hey, look, I want to live in a place that's for 55 plus older people, right? I want to not have a bunch of kids screaming. I want to have, you know, everything out there as much crotchety old people who are into swinging. And, you know, I want to be interrupted. And that is their right. And that is their right for that. And to have somebody in there, because the minute you bend the rule for one person, then everybody else could be like, well, you bent the rule for this person. Why aren't you doing it for me? Apparently, people didn't like the HOA talk and left. So that's one of the bridges we took out. Gives you a better sign of how bad it is. There's people out there saying the U.S. does not know when to stop. Has damaged 3 bridges in Iran. Now it's time to destroy bridges in Saudi Arabia and UAE. It's like, well, I hope you're not in the United States, because if you are, you're getting investigated. This guy says he's a journalist, pro-peace, anti-MSM lies, anti-imperialism, anti-racism, anti-genocide, drain the swamp. Yeah, you're a full-on retard, dude. I don't know, you have 155 people following you and no one actually looking at stuff you post. Kuwait Air Defense are currently confronting hostile missiles and drones attack following sinful Iranian aggression. The General Staff of the Army notes that as explosion sounds are heard, they're a result of air defense systems intercepting hostile missiles. At 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S. forces began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran for the 6th consecutive night to further degrade Iranians' military capabilities. Oh boy. Oh. Why is chat not moving? You guys dead? Hello? Did the A10 get you? Hello? Hello? Just here vibing? That's fine. You guys didn't like the story about the 55-year-old plus community? Oh. I tried to get stuff we could all chat about. Apparently that was not it. Hey, Cody, how's it going? Thank you for being a member for 31 wonderful months. You fell asleep in my A10. Well, that is your right. You're listening, but my eyes are closed. Just listen to your wonderful, soothing voice. Too hot here, and I got nothing nice to say about HOAs. I have nothing nice to say about HOAs either, but what I will say is I do understand people of a community want it to be a certain way. You know what I mean? My thinking again is if you're in the community like that and you sign something to join that community, right? I just believe that that is up to you as the people there. Man, I do not know what's going on with Glint lately, but it is not allowing me to sign in. I ordered a new AC that should be here tomorrow. Right? Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. Should be here tomorrow, so we have one in the front room. It was on sale for $150. I don't really have money for it, so I put it on credit, but we needed another AC for the house. Because it is getting warmer here, and I guess they predict by next week to be like 100 and something. So I was like, yeah, I don't want to sweat my gonads off. So... I believe the HOA is a Karen scam, but those people also remember in their own hubris decided that they wanted to be a part of it, which was I don't their weird ass thing, not mine, right? Like I purposely avoided everywhere with an HOA when I was looking for my house. In fact, we bought land and then the land developed an HOA, which we had no idea we were not even a part of. So we sold it off for $6,000 more than I bought it for. Where in the hell is the thing I'm looking for? There we go. Let me let this freaking webpage load up now with all my info I need. Give me 1 second. So I have a bunch of different websites I use to look for like information that's breaking. So I'm waiting for one of them to pop up right now. U.S. airstrikes hit northern Iran, disabling a ship attempting to run a blockade. As the U.S. ends a wave of strikes to discard and degrade Iran's ability to threaten mariners and other people in the strait. Another ship was seized today. Marines went and helicoptered down and seized it. How do I get this to just be on one place I want? Man, there's a lot of crap on here to get rid of. All right. No, piss off. Oh, I want me to click something. All I want is to know what is going on. And then it crashes. God damn it. It is not a good day for me in the internet. Temperatures around here, it's all beige and brown. No individuals allowed of any kind. Well, because again, a lot of them are just like sad beige mom, right? They're going to go out there and be the same crap. Want everyone else to be the same. Again, the only issue people have with the 55 community thing is that the woman getting pushed out is that she didn't sign the lease. She's not on it. It was never sold to her. It was sold to the father. And I don't think they can grandfather it in. I think that's the long and short of it, what we're looking at. Rod, footage reportedly shows Iranian drones launching towards U.S. surveillance aircraft near Bahrain and Tehran intensifies pressure across the Gulf. Bahrain's air defenses reportedly mobilized amid growing concerns over attacks on American and allied military bases. Again, this is, I think, going to just get spicier. I don't need to hear that shit. Whose dog? All the dogs. Like, this guy's saying Iran missiles hit Israel's nuclear city, allegedly, but I don't think that's true at all. Again, a lot of the stuff I have to dig through that's just garbage. Well, did you guys get a posse together and beat that guy to death? I feel like that's going to be a good thing to do. Officer, we heard about this man going in and videotaping children and women. We have agreed to beat him while you look the other direction. I do have a copy. It's in my hand. I'm just kidding. I'm going to go look right now, brother. Let's check the coffees tonight. Hey, AI commenter. Oh, that's who it is. All right. Now I put the 2 and 2 together. You've let it out of the bag. I know who it is now. What? Oh, I got a payment from Randall, too. Now I'm confused because there's 2 of them. Thank you very much, wonderful 2 coffees tonight. Appreciate you. Back into the packing space 3 times I'm moving so you
AI
don't get hit.
commenter has just tipped $10. AI commenter bought 2 coffees last Sunday. I wanted an upside down vegan taco with whipped cream, but today I just got the chits from Taco Bell instead.
Oh man, did you get the Taco Bell food poisoning? You, like, I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but Randall, thank you very much also for the $5, brother. People are getting like parasites and shit from that, man. Like, I would go get checked. How about someone backing into a parking space 3 times and you moving so you don't get hit? That is a pain in the ass. I'm not a big fan of that either.
Randall has just tipped $5 for Bomb Iran.
Thank you very much for the 5. We're almost there, full bar tonight. Delicious parasites. Taco Bell lettuce comes from Taylor Farms that ships lettuce to Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention identifies a likely link among cases in Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky earlier this week. It's from the tainted Taco Bell lettuce. Number 15, Taco Bell foot lettuce. From Taylor Farms, it sounds like. So Taylor Farms might be the one that is the contaminated parasitic lettuce. If in those areas, I'd be a little bit wary. I'd be a little bit wary and worried. So linked to those states, but they could be shipping outside of that too. You weren't given a notification? Just those states are the ones that it was spread from, but that's the majority of them. But who knows if they were sent to other states too? Because they could turn around and be like, oh yeah, you know, you gotta... Oh, she looks rough.
Increase further before November.
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening.
Woman's in her 20s and she looks like she's in her 40s.
Ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is
yeah, it could be when she popped out the kid. I don't know.
Less before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price.
I'm just saying, I think the job sucks. I think that's the problem.
In large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic,
like, because all the other ones that were part of this job also look pretty worn out after a while.
These temporary disruptions, as you know,
I think the job just beats people to death. You got to think about, like, day in and day out, you have to read the news and deal with dickhead reporters.
California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down.
I mean, the president looks like they age like 20 years when they're in there too.
Until the end of this conflict, and ultimately, I think Americans should keep.
Cash Patel still looks like he's 12, so I know what they're doing.
That Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Hi, nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections.
It's about truth.
However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump,
I heard Trump doesn't sleep much. He takes cat naps.
Sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had.
I think they said the only time he actually sleeps is when he goes out to after he plays golf. I think it wears him out.
More reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight, so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure,
Caroline,
go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country.
That's 20 years of work,
by the Department of Homeland Security. the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Thank you, Karen.
Caroline, on the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know,
remember to cook your lettuce.
Unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Government leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Just one second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
go ahead. Carrie, I'll go to you after. Just thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kurdish.
Starting in the back.
Very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched a drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that and the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not, actually.
Oh, you were not? Okay, yeah. But the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure. I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the President greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey, and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries. Kara.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful
Roman
of
lettuce,
today's
it
speech
invades your
and anything to
bowels.
do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they've even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech. And
You should
allow
eat
the
at
American
salad
people to
bars.
draw
It
their own
strengthens the
conclusions
immune
from it.
system.
Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the President talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
He was telling the president that he wanted 9 p.m. Eastern time, about 50 minutes away. We're going to air this as soon as President Trump steps up to the East Room and gives this speech. We expect it'll focus on election integrity. We are hearing from Bernie Moreno, and this is how these things work. As we get closer to speech time, we're going to start hearing from multiple sources, in this case, a lawmaker, a senator from Ohio, saying, I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this
Wild
evening.
lettuce.
I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over, Senator Moreno says. All right, it's time for us to step away for a quick commercial break. One more there from Caitlin Dornbos. This is from the New York Post, saying President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security. So starting to get some details in from, in one case, a senator from Ohio, from Senator Moreno, and the New York Post also has this piece of information as well.
Just let's nuke them. That's going to be the end of it.
Non-citizens are registered to vote.
We'll see what it is. I know people want to watch the speech, so.
What we're starting to hear will be parts of the president's primetime address tonight. Let's step away for a moment. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes.
How'd you almost die, Dad? Taco Bell burrito. Parasitic infection that went into my lungs. Why is the act? Why is the what act? Why is the who acting with the whom? What's going on? I don't know what we're acting on whom. This Taco Bell thing didn't sneak up on me. I knew what I was signing up for when I ate the burrito. Again, Blasphemy reported, and Iran's U.S. launches new wave of strikes. BBC was reporting on it, that again, more strikes happening currently in Iran. We have taken out bridges, we have taken out water plants, we have taken out missile facilities, all kinds of stuff. Again, if you guys are going to fight, do it with super chats, and everyone can hear it and laugh. U.S. strikes made at cutting supply routes to Bandar Abbas. Discussions are targeting Iran's local logistics, also for Hamas operations. Again, I think we're softening up targets for someone to put boots on the ground. Iran is firing at Bahrain. Drop sites and other posts posting to potential missile impact footage of retaliations for U.S. strikes, but a lot of them have been intercepted up in the air and have not actually hit anything on the ground. That background looks like shit. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, God, it's a lizard. But, like, you know, Fox, I don't know what you're trying to do. I understand you're trying to give Homeboy there a background, but that looks terrible. Like, one, I don't know why you did 3 split screens, why you just didn't do one video wall. You guys can afford it. And 2, it's out of focus. I don't know. I feel like the Fox Online is the interns doing it, right? Some drunk grip. Oh, do what you want. So also apparently the blockade's working pretty well. Doesn't seem like we're letting anybody through, which is good. So those are the headlines right now of what's going on. Not a lot to report because again, we are fluidically bombing the shit out of them, so not really much to add. I guess people are upset that the Blue Angels did a really close flyby on the beach, scared the shit out of a bunch of people. I mean, they gave people a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I don't know why it's a problem. Apparently people are also claiming that Bahrain and Kuwait are under attack from Iran, is what they're claiming. Sirens are activated, though. I'm not hearing any sirens going off at the moment. Because I think the audio in number 2 is coming from Bahrain, but I don't really hear any sirens. Heard it was a female pilot and they removed her from duty. Oh. Oh. Stephen King is again ranting and raving about Trump again on his social media. Poor stupid bastard. Send it on my email? Nope, Stephen King still has his ex where he's ranting and raving. Still out there like a lunatic. U.S. Central Command says the U.S. Marines from the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit conducted a verification boarding aboard the MT Wen Yao in the Gulf of Oman July 16th. As of today, the American forces have redirected 3 commercial vessels trying to run the blockade, disabled one that didn't comply, and boarded one to ensure full compliance with the ongoing U.S. naval blockade against Iran. Strait of Hormuz with the surrounding waters remained free and open except for the vessels attempting to violate American steel wall blockade. So the problem, which I was mentioning the other day, is that what we should be really worried about is that Iran at any point in time could be getting supplies in from those ships from China or somebody else. Probably from China. So that's currently that's currently what we're stopping. I'm not going to be surprised if we open up shipping crates, we don't tell anybody, and we contact China and be like, hey, why is it we opened one of these crates from one of your ships and inside was a bunch of warheads that they were using in drones? Looks awfully suspicious, guys. What's going on here? Oh, we do not know. We do not know. So, multi-millions of dollars of water damage was leaked inside the West Hollywood residence apartments that were ruined after that water main broke. Main water main, water mains of water mains. A main waterway, main water main? That doesn't sound good either. I know, right, Tombo? I have no idea what the hell their problem is. I don't even think people bitched. I think the Navy bitched. Because I think it was too close is what the issue was. I don't think I had to say that properly. Horton Break Main? I don't know. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Boring adventure videos? Why did you change your name? It wasn't always boring adventure videos. Was it? And maybe I'm just misremembering? Mandela effect? I'm still trying to think how to say this properly. Anyways, it's a water main that supplied a lot of water to most of the city. There we go. Oh, maybe I'm just tripping. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping. But anyways, it busted. Flooded out a bunch of stuff in Hollywood and rest of LA. It was a 100-year-old pipe. I'll find you guys some video because it's quite epic the way it burst. Biscuit, if we hit the full bar tonight, I will make you something for that. Hold on. I'm going to do you one better. I'm working on it right now. Let me do this, this, and this while I work on this.
Streets and buildings near Sunset Boulevard and Holloway Drive. Our breaking news photographer Mike McGregor is showing us this scene right now. Water flooding down the streets. CBS LA's Rick Montanez is live at the scene in West Hollywood. Rick, what can you tell us what's happening?
Oh, I see. Boring adventures. All right.
Started?
I got you.
You know, Amanda, I got to tell you this. I've never seen anything like this before, and check it out here. I mean, just all of this water that is coming down here. This is so intense. It's just really stunning to see. And this started at 3:30 this morning. We're not exactly sure, at least exactly the pinpoint spot where the water broke from, but this is just intense. This is going down Palm Avenue that you're looking at live right now. Incredibly dangerous to see someone standing in the water here. But we've seen people walk through here. We've seen cars drive through here. That is simply just very dangerous. We want to show you a little bit of video from just a few hours ago when this first started. pretty wild to see. And so all of this water is coming down from Sunset, heading toward Santa Monica Boulevard. If you're familiar with the West Hollywood area, again, rushing down Palm where we are, we've seen a lot of water going into buildings. We've seen water flooding into at least
enjoy a $1.5 million apartment without flood insurance.
Very intense situation here this morning. I want to see if we can show you from our breaking news photographer down the street from us his vantage point, because he's at Palm, just closer to Santa Monica Boulevard. And same thing that we're seeing up here. He's also seeing several cars that have been pushed off the street where they were parked and moved sideways or into the middle of the road because of the power of this rushing water. It is so intense, and really you just want to avoid this whole area if you can. There are street closures all around. Clearly Palm is closed. I can tell you on my drive up here, Santa Monica Boulevard is also closed at the moment. The sheriff's department,
this isn't Hollywood, yeah.
They're all working with
water main break.
to try and
big water main, 100 years old, supplied a lot of the water of the city.
How much water is coming down?
Flooded out, very expensive apartments.
Experience I have of covering these are large pipes, and so you can't just shut them off immediately. It has to be a trickle down so that the water pressure doesn't rupture somewhere else. And so that is based on, seeing these water main breaks happen in other areas. Nothing that I have seen is this
West Hollywood,
large.
born and raised. Here's where
really,
I spent most of my days.
Impressive to see, frightening for the people who woke up to this. We know that people also woke up to water rushing into their apartment units on the ground floor. There's also, flooded garages. And if we have our camera up right now and you look down the street, just past where you see a car coming out, actually, past the stop sign, but you see as the water hits the street poles, how it gushes up because there's just so much pressure, so much water rushing down all at once. It just shows you how powerful this is. So certainly want to stay out of this water. We're not sure exactly what type of pipe it was that burst. Clearly a water main, but how old it was.
Good, better than the sewage main.
But this morning we can tell that there is going to be a lot of damage. There is going to be a lot of insurance claims filed, most likely. And certainly the focus right now, though, is shutting off this water, also making sure that nobody has been injured, because, of course, this could potentially be a life-threatening situation if you're not careful. SkyCal also showing us a glimpse of what things are like out here and just how large scale this is. As I told you, I was driving down Santa Monica Boulevard. Part of that closed because there is so much water in the street there as well. No sign of this slowing down yet in the time that we've been out here for several hours this morning. So this will go on likely all day here. We are working to get more information for you and figure out just how big this is.
Thank God, comrade.
Be cleared up. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, is at the desk now with to pick up our coverage.
Could you
from here.
imagine
Mark,
that happening?
Rick, you're right. This is an incredible water main break. We have not seen water coming out of the ground and rushing down a hillside like that, even during major rain events. Now, here at the desk, we have been monitoring this with SkyCal and, of course, with our crews on the ground. But these are live pictures from SkyCal. As you can see, just how unfortunate the placement of this water main break is. If you're familiar with the geography of West
I got your
Hollywood,
Dr. Seuss book being
break is
rendered.
Essentially the top of a very steep slope. It's essentially Sunset and Holloway. Now, if you've ever driven through this area, you know that those northbound streets, as they approach Sunset, go uphill pretty steeply. And with SkyCal, you can see that appears to be the break location right there.
There was shit and needles flowing down the puddle
there, and all of that water coming
watching
up
the homeless
and then
people run and
directly
muddle
down Palm Avenue. It's very steep there, so you can see all of that
with a
rushing
jump and a
water
skip.
that's coming down.
Some
Now,
of them slipped and ate
interestingly,
shit.
That break, we don't know how big that water main is, but I checked the maps and it appears this is right on the border between water service coverage areas of LADWP and the City of Beverly Hills Municipal Water Company. So it appears that LADWP may be the ones that are going to handle this break. It appears to be just north of that dividing line between who is responsible.
My
for
mind,
these
Newsom
pipes
said,
underground.
how can
And
they make money
DWP
off
has
this?
told our assignment editors here in the newsroom at the desk that they do have crews on scene working as quickly as possible, but this is an overwhelming amount of water that is coming down, and you can see it appears to have maybe even shifted some cars out of position on Palm as this water continues to run downhill. It's the only place it can go down to San Vicente, where it is beginning to pool down there. Now, I've got
Could you imagine how many of those cars got ruined?
Breaking news crew of some buses that were flooded. This is a Metro bus yard that is to the south of where this break is, and you can see these Metro buses, one of them obviously running here. There's a driver behind it, but the water up to the wheel wells, very likely it is water inside of that bus. Look at all of these buses that have been flooded, and this water level is continuing to rise because this is all downhill from where that initial water main break is. Now, I want to show you on my map where this is to give you a better idea. Let's zoom in here. This is the West Hollywood area, and I've marked right here essentially where this break is. What we saw with SkyCal, it's right in here. This is essentially where we saw that water main break, or maybe it's right in this area. And you can see as it goes downhill this way, the hill in this area is what is causing all of those problems. This is essentially a downhill slope directly down Palm Avenue. So all of that water
what is going on with that building's paint job
is what's causing all of these problems. Now, if I zoom out again here and rotate the map, you can see this water, it'll run down here into the San Vicente. This is San Vicente running down this way, and all of that water is coming through here and going in this direction. So there's a tremendous amount of flooding in this area,
on that screen.
And the streets essentially around this break, the sheriff's department said, you know, these areas here, 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 and here are all at issue right now because of this water. Now, if our director can go back to SkyCal, we can see a little bit more of what this water is doing to all of these homes. You know, there is some evidence that water is going into some of these properties and certainly into these cars here that are on the street. It's a tremendous amount of water. Now, one of the things we've asked DWP is what's the size of this water main? We don't know. It is apparently running under a major street, and a lot of times, just the way city planning goes, major water mains follow major streets like Sunset. There's oftentimes
why did you think it was a good idea, lady, to go walking in that?
That's essentially, you know, the main hub of where all of the water branches out from. It goes into neighborhoods. The water mains get a little bit smaller.
Yeah, you better tie your hair back.
Main streets usually carry large water mains. It could be 12 inches. It could be larger than that. But you can see here now people walking through this water, obviously waking up this morning. How are they going to get to work? What are they going to do about moving their cars? Hopefully they're going to be able to get out of here. But certainly you can see some of those cars are now, you know, perpendicular to the curb as they have been washed away
there's someone
from their
Cybertruck.
initial parking location. And again, this is Palm Avenue southbound from Sunset as this water continues to rush. Now, we have not actually seen crews down there, looks like digging up the pavement yet. I think they may try to stop this water further up the trunk line if it's possible. It's unclear what kind of a break this is or where it is in the water system. That's going to determine what kind of repairs are going to be needed, but more importantly,
yeah, that's the other thing. Like, what if one of those poles fell? There's some idiots out there walking.
Get the water turned off in a way that
hopefully it grounds out enough. It's not so bad, but
in the area, the worst case scenario would be to
I
turn
wouldn't want to be in it
for a very large area. That may be that people may lose water.
Only
service.
takes
right now,
only a few amps to stop your heart. Milliamps to stop your heart, actually.
Here. But you can see this water continues to flow unrestricted. And Amanda, this is just, it looks like this is going to be continue to be a serious problem for the people living on this hill. Now, reporter Rick Montanez is still down there looking at all of this. Rick, I don't know if you can hear me, but have you been able to talk at all to anyone who
and I bet you none of them have flood insurance
to say that they've been flooded out yet?
Flood insurance.
Yeah,
I live in the middle of California.
What we try to do is get right to people and see how they're doing. It's been difficult this morning. This building across the street here, we saw people come out and check things out.
Brawny paper towels.
Phone, things like that.
Hey, Collenberg.
Other breaking news scenes, I can tell you.
Collenberg, did you enjoy the smoke?
Where we can shout across to them and get some answers, but it's so loud out here because of the rushing water that you can't even hear anybody unless they're standing
you hear
right
it's the
in
Russians
front
that
of
did
you.
it.
So it's been pretty intense to watch all this go on, but I know that our breaking news photographer, Mike McGregor, has been down. He talked with that woman whose apartment unit inside where she lives was flooding. Certainly that is terrifying. I talked with another man named Ken just a short time ago about what he was experiencing because his
Same.
building,
I'm
water was
up. I'm
rushing
up on
past
a.
it, but he
Well, I'm in a
lives on the
basin,
third
but
floor,
still.
so he wasn't exactly getting flooded. And the good news
Me and
for his
Goldberg were
building is that parking is
sifting
on the
through
first floor.
smoke
Nobody
yesterday.
lives on the first floor, so it was much better for them because there were no homes that were impacted. We did an interview with him. I'm
That
not sure if we
reminds
have
me, I
that.
wanna
If,
put a
you guys can
snorkel
let
on
me know
my
if we have
truck.
that, because I would like to share it, but for now, okay, we don't have that right now, but we'll get that for you. And I could just tell you, I mean, it is so intense to see all of this water rushing down. I just talked with someone else here, Nathan. If you don't mind, Nathan, if I can ask you again, we're live on the air here on CBS LA Mornings. You woke up, you wanted to shower, your water wasn't running. Yeah. What are your thoughts seeing this here?
It's something out of Disneyland that I like straight up. It's crazy to see. It's like a River Rapids ride. Just woke up, turned on.
You weren't going through the smoke?
Which is something you don't usually
No way.
see. And then turned on you guys and saw that the water main had broken. And I mean, I've never seen anything like this.
And so you live up the street, right? You're not, the water's not rushing past you, but you're
Kermit
still
the News
impacted because
reporter
you have no
here.
water.
Yes, I'm just up the hill there, right on Clark Street, so right past Whiskey A Go-Go, and no water there at all. So came down here, and again, it's something out of a movie. It's crazy.
I know you were telling me you moved to LA 9 years ago. You've never seen anything like
Never seen anything like this. Usually it's the power. Never been the water before, and this is where all the water is, so it's crazy to see.
It is really intense. Well, thank you again for chatting with us this morning. But
Is that the judge putting someone in a burqa?
Out to Omar Lewis. He's with photojournalist Ed Almani this morning at Palm and Cynthia. This is right above where that Metro bus depot is. Water flowing all around you. What do you make of this whole situation? You just got out there.
It is like a river flowing down here on Palm Avenue this morning. Take a look behind us. You can see residents coming outside of their homes to witness this. The water is entering into some of these apartment buildings. As you can see, the parking garage right here where water has gotten into at this hour. Folks are just waiting, trying to figure out what their next move is, waking up to this situation here. But it is very dangerous as you try to walk along this street. Many people staying put, as you can see, on these sidewalks. This current here is very powerful as you talk about this water flowing freely down this street this morning. As we tried to make our way with my photojournalist Ed and I, when we were trying to connect here, the water was so powerful it almost swept both of us away as we were walking here to get to this location. Want to bring in Ray. Ray, good morning to you. Really appreciate you talking to us. Ray, tell me about what you heard, what you saw this morning.
I came out and I hear a bunch of helicopters. I'm like, what's going on? So I turn the corner and I see it's a whole river now. But I mean, I feel sorry for the lady. Her car's in the garage, so it's flooded. She's crying and like, I mean, it's pretty sad, you know. So, and mostly, there's like a couple garages right here too. So they're probably flooded and.
Did any water enter where you were staying here? I understand you were staying with a friend.
No, I was visiting a friend, but I used to live exactly on Palm on this street. But yeah, I actually have friends that live here. I'm gonna check on them, see if they're okay.
How dangerous would you describe this situation for someone who's not here, just watching this, waking up this morning?
We saw a guy crossing right now, and he pretty much, the current almost took him, and we saw a truck trying to get out of the water, and it literally looked like the current was going to push it out into the street, but luckily it turned into the street and came down.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not like this, and I've been here a couple of years, and this is the first time. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ray. You stay safe out here this morning. So as you can hear here, people in disbelief to wake
They
up
caught
to this
onto the
alarms
fires.
going off inside of apartment
Switch to
complexes
water
this morning,
main breaks.
alerting people. We just encountered a woman who was screaming for help moments ago as well, trying to get someone
one's
into
gonna
her
help her.
apartment. She's
She's
an older
doomed.
lady trying to get out with her pets. We are just getting situated here this morning, and we'll continue talking to these residents about this situation. But again, lots of water flowing here, a very dangerous situation with some cars actually smashing into others. We saw as well here on Palm Avenue this morning. But again, we will stay here and bring you the latest throughout the morning. But for now, we'll send it back to you ladies in Hollywood.
All right, Omar Lewis, thank you so much for that live report. We will check back in with you. We want to bring Henry DiCarlo in to give us the latest on the weather situation. We've been speculating, if you will, because we don't know the exact cause of this water rupture at this point. But the heat, we do know what it does to pipes, and that expands them, correct?
Correct. If the thinking is perhaps this could be weather related, I would say that is extremely highly unlikely.
Okay, good to know.
Because it was 94 degrees yesterday. We get hot here in Southern California. We've had much hotter days, even recently, within the last few years, we've had days over 100 degrees. So could the heat have resulted in this? It's possible. I'm not
it's a theory, right? Yeah, it's a theory.
But if that were the case, it would be more due to infrastructure and older pipes and stress over time, things that probably needed to be replaced if it was weather related. Pipes should not burst at 94 degrees.
Right.
Yes, they expand. That's also part of the structure of galvanized piping or different types of material used for piping. Again, this is out of my lane as far as an expert contractually. Correct. But if someone were to sit and say to me, oh, this pipe burst because it was 94 degrees yesterday, I would sit there and say, this pipe had a problem before that.
Gotcha.
Which some residents did say there have been workers out there in the past week, the past couple of days. So it begs the question, is that due to heat? Is that due to infrastructure, other things? So we'll have to wait and see with that.
Just don't know.
Yeah.
94 yesterday. How about today? What's the high in that area?
Today, 92. I would caution anybody to not alarm themselves because of the heat today, that this is something where pipes are going to start busting all throughout Southern California.
Wouldn't that be something?
I don't want to truly speculate, but if you're asking for my opinion, 94 degrees should not and does not.
Comrade, what's your say,
No,
Mr. Plummer?
So a little cooler today.
A little cooler, and we'll get cooler through the weekend. So from the weather standpoint, if you're starting to feel a little bit like enough, and I think most people are, it's going to be a slow cool down, but we will still have humidity, so it's going to be a muggy forecast. But today is the start of a cool down into the weekend.
Thank goodness.
All right, we want to bring in Ginger Chan as well, because we know that especially Santa Monica Boulevard, especially Sunset Boulevard, we get a lot of traffic in the morning commutes, the afternoon commutes, the evening commutes in these areas. These are very well-traveled areas. Of course, the bus depot being affected this morning. So a lot of folks tune into Ginger to kind of figure out a way around this.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, I'm looking for Metro to put out the alerts to let us know, hey, these buses are going to have to detour. Some of those buses, I mean, they hadn't even left yet, right? And so I think that they are still kind of working that situation. And so we're going to look for those alerts. But obviously, you take the bus in those areas, they will definitely be impacted. I want to focus really quick on this, because this is where our Dan Lunsford is. And so this, whether the driver got out or not, or excuse me, got the car out or not, obviously don't want to get into this building. So this is obviously one of the ones that we saw from earlier, where everything, you know, all that water had reached at least the top of some of those cars, and maybe some of that has receded. We hope so. But here, this is that flowing
That's
water,
Comrade's
Palm
expert
Avenue,
opinion.
right at about
Wow,
Hewitt
that's a lot of
Street.
water.
I mean, where's this guy going to go, and how is he going to? He cannot cross. I did see that there were two people who did try to cross a river like this. They were able to make it across safely, but obviously this is very dangerous. And then we see damaged vehicles. I mean, this looks like it was a fire hydrant that got hit, and all that water is now starting to come down, right? That's kind of what it looks like. But obviously we know it's a water main break of sorts, so now he's kind of like hopscotching around some of the different parts where he can access, and he's trying to signal that he can't get across, obviously, right, because of this flow of water, and he shouldn't. So that's why they're saying that some of the residents have to stay inside of their homes, because you come out and it is very dangerous. So we just want to make sure that you know that those major streets that are going to be off limits to you, but all the surrounding big streets, whether it's La Cienega or obviously La Cienega will be very heavily impacted. The same for Crescent Heights, the same for
Reminds
Melrose
me of
Avenue,
what was the black guy's name on Family Guy, the news reporter? This started this morning in the like 6 or 7 a.m.
Ginger, thank you for that. We want to go back out to Omar Lewis. We've been looking at his shot now for the past couple of minutes, and I got to say, you know, Megan Henderson and I, we've been watching this for the past 3 hours, and that water seems to be flowing to me at a quicker rate than it was. And I don't know if it's the angle, I don't know, but where Annie Rose Ramos is a couple streets north of where Omar is, it doesn't seem to be flowing like this. So Omar, tell us where you're at the corner still, Palm and Cynthia, just north of the Metro Bus Depot. That's flooded this morning.
Yes, so we are just north of Cynthia now on Palm, and you can just see as we're walking up this street just what the situation was. A moment ago, we saw a man come outside, can't even cross the sidewalk to get to the street,
Ollie.
to get out of his apartment right now because of that current.
Over to you, Ollie.
And, you know,
How's it looking
the
out
middle
there?
of the street, there's kind of a
This
pathway
shit's wet.
that we're walking
Thank you,
along
Ollie.
right now where the water is not as bad as some of the other locations. But if we continue walking up this street here, we'll take a little walk up and show you what's going on here as people wake up to this on Palm Avenue this morning. This car here looks like it has now slid into another car this morning as well. So very dangerous situation. As you can see, the power of this water that is now flowing down Palm Avenue this morning. Some residents here as well trying to get out with their suitcases, their dog, trying to evacuate. And so we are talking to these residents who say they just woke up this morning and this is what they woke up to. Alarms going off in their apartment complex. Ma'am, excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'm with KTLA 5 News. Do you live here?
Yes, this is my building.
Tell us what you woke up to this morning. How'd you find out about this?
So I was gonna come and close my windows because I thought, oh my God, it's so windy. All of a sudden I come out and gushing water is coming down.
You know, they say it's a water main break that happened up on Sunset Boulevard. Yes. Have you seen
We are
crews in this area? Have you heard anything about
$18
the
short
water
of a full bar tonight, folks.
Right now,
Thank you very much,
we've been
everybody.
noticing on a regular, the water is always kind of trickling down, and I think it's kind of weird.
Iran threatened to destroy regional infrastructure or oil refineries across the Middle East.
Everything dry. Some of the
Nobody
have been flooded
cares.
out here this morning, is what we've heard.
The manager, I just woke him up to see if we need to move the cars because eventually, I don't know if the water's gonna get in here too. So.
What are your thoughts as far as seeing this? I've never seen anything like this.
Me neither. I mean, Niagara Falls, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, no, we're just waiting. I'm just hoping. I'm hoping the manager tells us what we're gonna do because do you know what building?
Learn to swim. Thank you, Ollie.
Several of them got flooded, actually. If we go down, some of them have entrances where the stairs block off the water from going into, but the water is now entering through parking garages. So it's several other buildings here along your street that have now experienced flooding because of this.
So it's only our street?
There are multiple streets that are impacted as well. Hancock, I'm hearing, has water flowing down it, but it all starts and originated up on Sunset Boulevard, up at the top of the street here.
If we kind of travel down with our cars, you think it's safe, or
it is a very dangerous situation. I'm not going to advise you
Yes,
to take your
yes,
car
use your
on
car.
this flooded street. However, I
With
have
those
seen other people
California
doing it.
bald-ass
Once
tires.
you make it into the center of the roadway, things appear to be a little bit safer, but it's really this street that is the worst problem that we've seen this morning. Luckily for you guys here at this apartment complex, no water is entering right now, which is the good news. But we have seen people trying to get out. It's just this current is so strong. This car right here actually got pushed into that other car, and so that's the type of situations. You see another car.
Oh my God! Look at that guy. What? The people gotta go to work. I mean, that's the thing. See? Wow. Well, thank you, Channel 5, for being here.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. What was your name?
Carol. I'm
I
Carol.
don't
Thank
think
you.
they
Really
do.
appreciate your
The
time.
problem is, I guess, like the pressure, and there's so much water in there to begin with. You have to get it out of there, right?
Again, waking up to some noise outside of their apartment here on Palm, and then finding this situation here. So we are making our way up. Right at the top here is Sunset Boulevard. Okay, and so that's where I hear Annie Rose Ramos is located, right at the top of Sunset and Palm here. But on Palm, you can see there's quite a mess. Residents here trying to figure out exactly what their next move should be as they try to seek safety, try to make sure that their belongings are secured as well. And as we just told that woman who you just heard from, some apartments have been flooded out. So again, we are trying to get more information. We'll continue talking to residents here. But that is the latest here live on Palm Avenue in West Hollywood. We'll send it back to you at the station.
Yeah, Omar, friend Carol there, like so many viewers waking up this morning with so many questions. Should I get to drive on the roads right now if I'm in the area? Well, shouldn't I? And I think you said it well there. I can't advise, but the advice from the PIO at the fire department was to stay inside as long as you can. And also, we just got perspective from one of our producers who lives there locally, and when I had mentioned that the water seems to be flowing at a very high rate, he gave the perspective of that is a very steep street. So for Annie Rose Ramos north of you going downward, it may look like the water is rushing much quicker. That's because of the infrastructure of the roads there, if you're not familiar with the area.
Absolutely. She is located at the top of the street, and as you can see, this is the incline that we're dealing with here. The middle of the road, not so bad. I didn't want to tell Carol that, it is safe, but however,
see,
it
that's
is
the
a
damn
lot
smoke,
less
Colton.
dangerous
That's what I was
than
saying,
these
bro. I'm
sidewalks
here
and trying
dying.
to walk down the street. That's where we've seen people tripping, falling, slipping, and getting swept away in this current. So you have some real potential for danger. But again, as you said, with the public information officers telling people to stay inside as long as possible, and this again is why. But some people are encountering water inside of their apartment. Ed, if we can come this way just a little bit further up north, I want to show you this parking deck here as some water has seeped inside this morning. You can see exactly what the situation is, where people are waking up to water starting to flow inside of their actual apartment complexes. And so when you have that type of situation, that is even more dangerous. Again, we saw a woman who was trying to get out. She was an older lady asking for help. Some folks ran over to help her. But again, this is the news here in West Hollywood as folks try to search for answers, try to figure out their best move. Obviously, we're trying to advise them the best ways to stay safe as well. But this water not stopping anytime soon, it looks like here.
Absolutely. Safety is always the priority, but you got to feel for every one of those people who's going to be waking up this morning with quite the surprise. Omar, thank you. We'll check back in with you shortly. We do want to go.
But once again, this is Sunset at Holloway, and this is.
So that's a new sinkhole that opened up right in the middle of it. It's 100 feet wide, apparently.
Mistake earlier.
Allegedly.
Santa Monica Boulevard is open. I'm going to show you it is open. Not yet. Don't move yet, Marcel. It is open, but only to residents. But that's Sunset. So I'm panning to the left. Go to the left, if you would. And now we're starting to see some of the traffic implications. See, Sunset is shut down, and a lot of folks want to get to these businesses, but if you come down Sunset, you're going to be turned around. And if you continue to the left, we're going to run into La Cienega, and that's where most of the traffic is being diverted. I'm kind of surprised they haven't shut it down in La Cienega. There's La Cienega. So bring up SkyMap for me real quick. I'm pretty sure that's La Cienega. I want to verify it. There we go. And if we pan to the right, you're going to see La Cienega. You take that south, right, and then you run into Santa Monica Boulevard, and that's where you could take SkyMap off. That's where the closure is on Santa Monica Boulevard. They are letting some traffic through, but it looks like residents only. They're not allowing any. That's eastbound traffic open, no westbound traffic. So as we open up out of the shot, tilt up a little bit, you're starting to see on La Cienega there on the left side of your screen, we're starting to see some traffic build, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Some of the buses are out, but you can tell they're getting into congestion. They're going to be delayed significantly. And here's Santa Monica Boulevard. I do believe, Philip, the Santa Monica Boulevard will be open in both directions to everybody sometime soon. There's some mud still left on the roadway. There's some standing water in some areas, but boy, it was about 3 feet deep in that area. And then as we tilt up, you can see it is really starting to recede as well along the bus route here, or the bus depot, where they keep all the metro buses, the bus yard. So they still have a long way to go. Traffic implications are going to be huge throughout the day, there's no question. And I'll push in one more time, Philip, to Sunset at Holloway. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. It's just really going to be an extensive project. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of work to be done. We heard DWP talk about they just have to get the water out. They got to pump that out. Then they got to open it up a little bit. Then they have to assess how bad the damage is. And that'll give them an idea how long it will take to repair the water main. But then once that is done, you still have to create an area that you can completely repack to make sure you're going to have a substantial footing underneath the roadway, and then you have to put new asphalt down on Sunset. So it's going to be a long project.
We lost.
Go into tomorrow.
Okay, we lost your mic there just at the end. Yeah, we're trying to, I want to pull up the traffic map. We're working on that to try to get to what you were talking about, Scott, because I think one of the things that you're pointing out This is east and westbound traffic that's going to be affected with Santa Monica and Sunset, because it all comes together right there in West Hollywood. And here we are. We're kind of moving it around to find the incident. That's really not going to help us there too much. Talk to our director, and we can take that off until we actually get to the map. But, Scott, one of the things I was noticing is, you mentioned that Melrose is about your best. And if you're heading north on Santa Monica Boulevard and you're wanting to go east, you'll need to get on Melrose before you ever get into this area. And so it's going to affect anyone that's going north and east or south and west, because when you start to approach that space right there, it's just, I don't know of a worse spot for trying to navigate through West Hollywood that you could have. And that's going to, it could affect people in Beverly Hills as well.
Well, I think it will, Philip. I think what we're seeing is everything sort of expand out from this closure. Now, Santa Monica Boulevard is an east-west roadway, and Sunset's east-west, so it gets hurt the worst. And then Melrose is the major to the south side. You can't really get through east-west on the north without going through all the residences. But it is going to affect north-southbound traffic because everybody's being pushed on to La Cienega to the east, and then to San Vicente to the west. And that gives you an idea. There's San Vicente. If you push in a little bit there, we're starting to see some congestion start to build. You can come off SkyMap for a moment. So basically, this entire area is going to be affected, and the traffic's just going to the delays are going to just spread outward. They're going to get worse because, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, we're getting more flow, and then at lunchtime, a lot of people want to get to where they got to go, and that's going to be restricted. I also want to show you a little bit, not just the repair right here, Philip, but all of that water flowed down Palm, and that's where we saw all the damage. You can see the boardwalk or the sidewalk is buckled right there underneath that tree. You can also see the Caltrans has set up a lot of tape. They have crews down in here, and they want to make sure it's safe for people to walk because they might have to repair a lot of these sidewalks before they allow people down here. You can tell they put the tape around areas that have buckled, and you see a hole there. They still want people to be able to get out of their homes, though, so it's kind of tricky. They're going to have to shut down a portion of Palm to repair it, but yet they want to stop it from restricting people to get in and out of these apartments altogether. And it'll be interesting, Philip, to see just exactly how much damage did really occur to the underground parking. I think that's the area that probably got hurt the worst.
Well, and Scott, I mean, you talk about these apartment complexes and underground parking. In many circumstances, that's also the storage facility. So when people are living in an apartment, they have to have some place to store their items, and there will be gated areas that a lot of people will have boxes and precious memorabilia that they might not have room for in their apartment. That's all down in those parking garages, and they access it on rare occasion, but the water was up to the ceiling in some of these parking garages, and it's not going anywhere. So it's just soaking everything down there.
Yeah, it's got to be pumped out. I mean, you don't have much of a way to drain that water off, because it's down so low, and it can be extremely difficult to get the water out of that. So they really have a lot of work to do, and unfortunately, Philip, as you mentioned, the damage is extensive. A lot of folks are really going to feel the pain of losing a lot. I mean, losing a car. That's huge, right? I mean, how do you get around? And then the bus service being restricted is a huge deal as well because, you got to get places if you use the bus, and then all of a sudden the buses get behind, and then you got to wait for the next bus, and then maybe you got to go to a different bus stop because they can't get around. And we're already seeing buses that are jammed up in traffic in this area, and then we know, as I showed you a moment ago, all those buses that were stranded in the bus yard there off of Santa Monica Boulevard. So it's really going to affect this entire area all day long, and it'll be a surprise to me if they have Sunset reopened by tomorrow. I suppose that's possible, but they certainly have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that would be yeoman's effort. We have that traffic map, and Scott, I mean, we've talked about a lot of these roads in the area, and I kind of wanted to give people who might not be familiar with the space to kind of give you an idea, a visual. So this is where we're Sunset. You also have Fountain that is just below Sunset. That's going to be affected. Then you see Santa Monica Boulevard or the 2. That's what you're looking at. So you're going to have La Cienega that's affected. You might even have, you're going to have out the Crescent Heights Boulevard. It's also going to be affected. This could back up all the way to Highland, which is off your screen a little bit to the right or the east here. But this is what we're talking about because Holloway and Sunset, that's the area that was directly, that's that spot, and then everything below that.
It gives us something to talk about while we wait for Trump's speech.
There, that is Palm, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's
I'm filling out medical information,
we saw
sorry.
so much damage going from
I'm double
Holloway
dipping.
to Santa Monica. That triangle goes right down there. And so you can imagine that area has got to be repaired. But then when you start trying to as Scott mentioned, expands out, the damage to the commute for people who are not affected by this is going to be significant. Scott, do you think it could get all the way to Highland? Because, once you're talking about Highland, then you're coming off the 101 to get onto Highland and head south. You're going to run into Santa Monica Boulevard at some point. That's always
We should make Tio fill up the rest of the bar.
That's a long way away from where this accident is. But if people are trying to navigate through this, it seems like that could really come into play.
Yeah, I think the westbound commute could be a big deal. I'd be shocked if it goes all the way to Highland, though. That's a long stretch. I'm looking out the window, and you can't see it. The delays are nowhere close to that. I don't think we'll see that. I think people figure out what's going on, whether they use a nav or anything else. And as you show that map on the left side, you see Melrose down on the bottom of your screen, and that's the major east-west for travel on that map. And Melrose is going to get a lot of added pressure because everybody's going to avoid Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset. So it's possible, Philip, but I just don't see that happening. That's a long way, all the way over to Hollywood. I think everybody's going to be diverted
all the stuff there, Chupa, is garbage.
Is all the surface streets to get around are just going to be jam-packed. Go to the left real quick, Marcel, and show me La Cienega, and that'll give you an idea what's happening, Philip. As time goes by, we're seeing more and more and more congestion because everybody's diverted onto La Cienega. La Cienega is going to be on the west side, and then San Vicente. But pan to the right, Marcel, and as you look down, that's to the right, to the top of your screen, top right. Go down La Cienega. Keep going, there you go. And look at all the traffic bottlenecked up there, and continue, if you will, with the camera. And that goes all the way down to the closure at Santa Monica Boulevard. And this is just going to get worse. You see the buses are stranded. It's bumper-to-bumper traffic. Right now, you can't get onto Santa Monica Boulevard, but I do believe Santa Monica Boulevard will be reopened. I saw it was open. I said it was open, but it looked like it's only to residents for the most part on Santa Monica Boulevard. But once they reopen that, you're going to start to see a little bit of easing. But right now, all of the extended surface streets around this to get around are just all jammed up. So it's going to have a huge impact on the commute in this area. So avoid it if you can. I mean, there's no reason to head this way unless you absolutely have to. There are businesses on Sunset, some residences there, not residents, but some businesses, some restaurants, and there's no access to them right now. So they're not going to get any business today. But if they reopen Santa Monica Boulevard, it was so much worse earlier, Philip. You see the parking meter? It was almost to the top of that parking meter right there. It was like you could just see the very top of the parking meter. It gives you an idea how much water was in there. There's still some mud in there. It looks like this. You can see people going through on Santa Monica Boulevard, but it looks like that is just residents, not everyone. You see the bus drivers. They haven't gone to their vehicles, but the water is dissipating. Hopefully we don't have too much damage to the buses, but on that south side, it really did bottleneck up. It really did seep down into that area, maybe even into the building there, into their headquarters. But if we come back to Santa Monica Boulevard real quick for me, Marcel, and pan to the right, I just want to see if it's still closed to all traffic. And there was an area where it looks like they shut it down. I think you can see right there that might be closed to traffic coming this direction. So basically they're letting residents in and out, but at some point that's open there. So it looks like they're making some progress here, Philip. It looks
wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars. like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nations policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back.
Well, it just started, so
doing really well, but we still
it's
have
only 6 minutes
major
into it.
challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs. who have all personally reviewed the findings we are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's
my state's on fire,
was to
dude.
leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections.
We got forest fires.
And later, the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had
I will be right back.
reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that was supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judged that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt.
Evil.
So
the devil's
you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, you're listening in there to President Donald Trump giving his primetime address to the nation. He is releasing, his administration releasing declassified documents related to election security. A couple of main points here. He is alleging that China interfered in the election by collecting American data, alleging members of the deep state are suppressing information on China's alleged election meddling, and saying that the Department of Homeland Security Security says there are 278,000 non-citizens in American voter rolls. Of course, the president touched on several other topics there, starting out his speech talking about the economy off the very top, touting administration wins, also crime rates being down, wins at the southern border. He also is saying that this speech in regards to election security is not to weaken confidence in the election, but to confront vulnerabilities in the system. You also heard the president there call on Congress to pass the Save America Act at the end of his speech. That speech there by the president in Washington, D.C., coming to about 27 minutes this evening, of course, on prime time. You're watching live now from Fox. We thank you so much for staying with us tonight, joining us as we aired the president's primetime address live and uninterrupted. My name's Alexandra Goldberg. We have political analyst Brian Sobel standing by for analysis. We'll talk to him after this 2-minute break.
Well, how do you all feel about that? Yeah. Good? Bad? I don't know. I feel indifferent. I feel it was just a speech. I don't know. Voter fraud. I mean, interesting. Okay. I kind of want to know more about Iran. I'm just more interested in that at the moment. Arrest GTFO. I would say some arresting would be nice. I would like to see some bad people arrested. I am okay with that. I would like to see the bad people taken into custody. I don't know about anybody else. Yeah, of course, Kamala Harris started speaking 47 minutes ago. Before the president gets on television tonight to peddle lies and conspiracy theories, here's what you need to know. Which dipshit? Kamala Harris? I blocked that dipshit too. Pretty stupid. Man, I only broke my leg 3 years ago. I keep thinking it was like 5. Who's 175 years old?
You're watching live now from Fox. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. It's good to be with you tonight.
Goldberg!
We just heard an about 25-minute address to the nation by President Donald Trump, making that speech at prime time, talking about election security. We have political analyst Brian Sobel standing by for us. Brian, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now.
My pleasure.
So we have a lot to discuss tonight. Of course, a couple of main points that the president made about alleged interference by China, by the deep state, and also hundreds of thousands of non-citizens on American voter rolls, according to the president. Brian, I wanted to ask you, what was the biggest takeaway from this speech in your eyes?
Well, frankly, I think it was the penetration, potentially, of the
penetration,
the Chinese government and military apparatus into our
$18 for a full bar, folks. Let's make it happen.
They have secured
a couple dollars from each of you.
Of the many citizens of the United States. Now, whether they actually were able to affect the election, I think we're going to have to see these documents that the president refers to as they are being released, and we haven't seen them yet. But I think the biggest takeaway tonight was Donald Trump calling out the Chinese and somewhat on the periphery, the Russians, the North Koreans and the Iranians in an effort to sway elections. And why should we be surprised? We see other campaigns that these countries have in the United States. And so this one, where you go directly at voters, shouldn't surprise anybody.
You know, Brian, there was one quote that stuck out to me right at the beginning of the speech. The president says that our election system, quote, falls catastrophically short when compared to other nations. What do you make of this sentiment? Do you agree with it?
You're going to see a lot of debate on that. You know, it's one of these things where he was making a case really for the Save America Act, which is what he referred to late in his speech about providing ID before you vote, removing mail-in ballots and some other things that he thinks and other people think would increase the ability to keep countries like China from tampering with our voting. But when you think about the last 15 years, Alexandra, of data collection by rogue actors. Would it surprise anybody that they've worked really hard to somehow get on the inside of the
No, I think it's something everybody
data
does.
rolls and to see whether they can sway an election in the direction that they would like. Now, having said that, we're going to have to see the evidence, and I think there's going to be a lot of debate about what is found and what's going to be released. But if some of this information was suppressed because the people at the time in 2020 felt like the American people either couldn't handle it or they had other reasons for not releasing it, that's not good.
Brian, I want to talk about the midterms, of course, just in a couple of months.
At Cannabiscuit W1L donated $5 through Super Chat. Rock on gesture emoji.
Messaging?
Thank you very much, the fiver.
No, I think there are a lot of Republicans who want to pass the SAVE Act, but it's hung up in the Senate right now. I don't think everybody's in agreement with all of the SAVE Act. Certainly Democrats aren't, but Republicans basically want to get in behind the president on this. But it does require some additional efforts by states at the ballot box, and that includes taking a look at somebody's ID before they vote, and then guaranteeing that the people who come to vote are American citizens. And so you heard the president tonight talk about how they've uncovered several 100,000, it sounds like, people on the voter rolls who are not American citizens. These kinds of things are issues that have to be cleaned up. Whether they affected any election materially is really the question. And we won't know that until we see the data and can sift through it and decide how much of it is opinion and how much of it is fact. I think the president could have eliminated this idea that the 2020 election, which he's been fighting about since 2020, and whether he was jobbed out of the presidency, I think we'll see. I mean, if you're going to clean up elections, which is a very laudable thing to want to do, I think you've got to leave some of these other issues out of the debate and just go at the information and prove that the Chinese have meddled, as an example. And what are you going to do about fixing things?
You mentioned the Save America Act. I want to talk about that in just a moment. And you also have reiterated that there is a lot to be seen as these declassified documents go public tonight. I wanted to mention that the president said during the speech that this address to the nation is not to weaken confidence in the election, but to confront vulnerabilities. I want to continue to talk about the midterms. We're just months away. Of course, the president spoke about these vulnerabilities facing election systems in the United States.
Sounds like she's hyperventilating.
Brian, should voters be worried about their vote come November?
My own view is no.
Needs to learn to breathe through her nose and
frank about
calmly about
I've
it.
been in and out of voter registrars' offices many times. The people that work there care very much about our electoral process, and that's important. But what the president points out is something that needs to be dealt with. If after humans trying to do the right thing, if that data can be corrupted or otherwise engineered somehow behind the scenes to put votes in the pocket of one candidate versus the other, we have to settle that once and for all as to whether that is possible. But again, the backdrop is data penetration in the United States and around the world is is enormous. There's not anybody we're talking to tonight who probably hasn't had their credit card compromised by a hacker or any of their other information. How many times a year do Americans receive a notification from some credit organization that they have some dealings with saying your credit card's been compromised or your information has been compromised? And again, if that's the case, and we know it to be true, then we need to bolster our election security. But we'll see in this evidence dump whether the Chinese were successful, as an example, in swaying votes in certain
Cannabiscuit has just tipped $5.
I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
All right, Brian, I'm going to put up this X post on our screen. This is posted by the White House. Save our elections.
We're so close. $14 away.
There on the left. I want to talk a little bit more about the specifics here, things that he said during that address to the nation. Brian, has Trump's direct accusation against China during the speech changed the current relationship that the U.S. has with China? Of course, we saw Trump speaking warmly about President Xi Jinping when he was in China earlier this year. Do you think that these accusations will sour the relationship?
Well, you're going to hear from the Chinese government that we've never tried to sway an election. This is bogus material by supporters of Donald Trump who are giving the president what he believes has occurred in the past, including in 2020 when he didn't win the election. And he's been relitigating the 2020 election since 2020. And so, but in fairness to the president and in fairness to the process, I think people who are smarter than me and lots of analysts are going to look very closely at the data that is being released by the White House and say, well, this is conjecture, or this is not verified, or whatever. Or this is concerning. So we're going to learn something here. But if the Chinese don't respond, I'd be shocked, because they have to come out and say, we have never tampered. But we know, our intelligence community knows, that the Chinese are tampering in all facets of the American life. So are the Russians, so are others. And we have to deal with that. We have to hit that head on. And so I think that was the president's message tonight. Again, I think relitigating 2020 is hard to do. I know he feels bruised by having lost the 2020 election because he thinks it was stolen from him. But that may or may not, and let me underscore that, may or may not be the case at all.
And earlier today, we did hear Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt say people from all political persuasion should watch this address and make decisions for themselves. Take a look here. This is a White House X account. And this is a direct quote from the president saying, great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair elections system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should not be a partisan issue. Brian, I'll bring you back in here. How are Democrats reacting to this?
Well, I think Democrats believe it's the president relitigating his loss in 2020. However, if they will take a fair look at the evidence, as we all will, and make our own decision, and then come out and say, hey, there's some smoke there. There's a problem. That would be, I think, in the best interest of the nation. And the idea that there may be vulnerabilities in our system, I don't think anybody can deny that. Of course there are. Why would our election system be any different than our credit cards and everything else we're dealing with? Smart players who are data and tech savvy are way out ahead of some of us in terms of figuring out ways to change data in their own favor. And I think if the president had wanted to not get into the 2020 election again and just said, hey, I have found some major issues that we need to solve as a nation collectively, and it has nothing to do with me or 2020, I think that speech would be better accepted by Democrats, but we'll see. I think if Democrats are fair and if they see the evidence, and if the evidence shows that there is a systemic problem, then he has to deal with it. And then one other thing, Alexandra, that's really important. I listened very carefully to what the president said, and he didn't necessarily say 2020 was totally rigged. He said it could have been rigged, in the sense, I'm paraphrasing, that the system was vulnerable. Doesn't mean that anything happened to such a scale that it affected the election. So, words matter. I think whoever helped him write the speech made that distinction pretty clear in his words so that they could defend his feeling that there could have been wide-scale data changing in 2020, but maybe not, but maybe we're just incredibly vulnerable. And maybe the net of this thing is we're incredibly vulnerable. And if we are, we need to fix it.
All right. Well, let's continue to talk about some reaction that we're getting from all sides of the political spectrum. Let's move over to a Democrat from California. This is Governor Gavin Newsom, who says what separates a democracy from a monarchy and dictatorship is the fundamental right to vote. Lose that and you lose everything. Donald Trump is telling us right now that he'll do anything to hold on to power. That reaction coming from Governor Gavin Newsom right after that address in Washington, D.C. I believe we have one more social media post. We'll see if we can get this up here on our screen. Of course, we have seen reaction from all sides of the political spectrum this evening. Senator Chuck Schumer, minority leader, saying Donald Trump is releasing unverified, meaningless documents to appease his own delusions about an election that he lost resoundingly, all while continuing to withhold 3 million pages of the Epstein files. So you're seeing two Democrats from two different coasts of the United States reacting right after the president's speech in Washington. Let's take a live look here at the White House and also at Capitol Hill, because another topic that I want to discuss is the Save America Act. As we've been alluding to, Brian, the president is pushing Congress to pass this very strict voter ID legislation, is pushing Congress to pass this strict voter ID legislation. Can House Republicans pass this through Reconciliation 3.0? Does this have a good standing in the chamber right now?
Well, I think on the House side, I think Republicans feel very good that they've advanced this to the Senate. But, in our system, either body can scrap anything that comes from the other body. And so we'll see how it fares in the Senate. And I get what the president was trying to do tonight. You heard him make a call for everybody to get on the phones tomorrow and call their representatives to say pass the SAVE Act. We'll see whether that happens. And we shouldn't be surprised, by the way, that Gavin Newsom, who will be running for president in 2028 or before that even, thinks this is a ploy to hold on to power. I didn't hear any of that in the speech. It's like he made a statement before he even heard the speech. And nobody should be surprised about Chuck Schumer either. I don't know whether Chuck Schumer had an advanced look at any of these documents. We'll see. If they're meaningless, they're meaningless. But if they have substance, Chuck Schumer should do the honorable thing and admit that.
We heard Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina react to the Save America Act in the chambers today. Let's play out this soundbite and I'll have you react right after.
CEOs that I've advised before, Mr. President, these people are misleading you if they're telling you that this can be implemented by November. The only thing that will occur is an undermining of the election integrity, the integrity of our elections right now. So, folks, from North Carolina, our state motto is Esse quam vadere, to be rather than to seem. This seems like a legit proposal, but it isn't. And it hasn't been for the last year because you couldn't have gotten it done with 10,000 election entities if we'd passed it last July. So let's be honest with the American people. Let's focus on getting every state to have voter ID. Let's provide funding that lets the states opt into it and have a consequence if they don't in terms of audits. But let's stop the charade. Let's stop the distraction. Let's get the government funded. Let's use reconciliation if we need to, but let's not clog it up with another piece of policy airdrop by a member of this Senate or the White House that will undermine this bill.
All right, just about a minute of him talking on the floor there. What's your take on this? How difficult would it be to put the bill's provisions into practice by the November midterms?
Almost impossible. You have so many, well, you've got 50 states that are voting. You've got a huge amount of counties that are voting within each of these states. All of them would have to understand the guidelines. It sounds simple in a sense. Oh, well, you got to show an ID, and perhaps if you don't have a driver's license and you have to show a passport or whatever. It's very hard to take something this profound, this big of a deal and implement it before November. I think that was Tillis's point, and I think he makes a point. If voter integrity is important, and I believe it is, I think it doesn't have to be somehow implemented before November, and I mean early November. There's no time left to do it, even if it passed, if the SAVE Act passed tomorrow, which it is not going to. We're already...
Man, when we vaporized Tokyo, it was great.
And then by October, everybody...
Glass so big, make the penis shrink for generations.
I think the timeline's too short to do something that massive that affects every state of the union. I think it's a tall order.
All right, Brian, we appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for being on standby as the president gave his address to the nation during those prime time hours. We thank you for your insight and your analysis.
My pleasure, Alexandra. Have a great night.
You could have let all the civilians be massacred and wiped out, but
we're getting from administration officials. This is Treasury Secretary.
I've been quiet this whole time, so I'm just going to say right now, we conquered the Native Americans, now we own the land. It's the end of it. If you're from somewhere talking about Valhalla and Vikings, you guys literally went up and down the coast raping and enslaving people for hundreds of years, a lot longer than anyone did in the United States. I mean, like hundreds of years. In fact, there was a point where the Vikings thought, especially the Vikings, the actual Vikings, not just the regular raiders, thought it was their duty to rape and pillage people and that they got it regardless. That was hundreds of years of doing that. But nobody really holds it against you. It's just part of what history was. On top of it, the crown also held slaves up until like the 1900s, even after the United States dropped slavery. And then there's still places in Africa who still have slaves till this day, and different parts of it. Then if you want to talk about people under the crown, we can actually go and start talking about what happened in Australia, where they went around and slaughtered millions of people to get the land over there when we dropped them off. So, I mean, there's all that. So with the Americans, yeah, we came here, we conquered the land, and now we own it. So, I mean, what else do you want? You want to talk about Asia? I mean, we can talk about when Japan, Unit 731, was doing medical experiments on people where they were cutting off their limbs and sewing them to other people. We could talk about the all the times they rounded up the Chinese by almost 100 million and slaughtered them during World War II. I don't know. I mean, history might be something to really look into, but there you go. I don't know what else you really want. You can claim Americans are the worst. You can talk about the Middle East. You want to talk about the Middle East? We can talk about how in the Middle East, currently, there is still slavery and murdering happening, where women get stoned to death for showing their ankles. I mean, we could talk about that. Any other country you want to say is really bad? Canada, I mean, they lost all their rights. They just had a shooting the other day. A bunch of people got killed. No one's really talking about it, even though for a place that's supposed to get rid of weapons. I mean, the bases we have there are on foreign soil. So, yeah, we don't really control what happens on that foreign soil. Dubai still has slavery till this day. It's just more of a caste system. So does India. So, I mean, I've just literally brought up history to you and what's currently happening. So beyond that, I figured you just go to yell and scream. So there you go. I don't know what more you want. I mean, are you from Iran? Is that what's going on? Are you just using a Google translator and throwing out words you think sound fancy? Korea, we also won. Vietnam was a stalemate. Afghan and Iraq, we won and left. Though I guess that wasn't technically a war. But. Oh, okay. So you're just a retard. All right. All right. Well, we learned enough here. There we go. All right. There you go. I can't help retardation. Goodbye. I've tried. I mean, if you're Russian, then you really, or would you say Russian? German? I didn't see what he said. Oh, you're German? Oh, well, did you like it when the Americans took their balls and rubbed them over your forehead all throughout World War II? I don't know what you want to say there. Must have been really hard to watch American go through and literally destroy your country, but good luck. Yeah, but why? Why are we going to keep someone who's just going to try to rage bait us? There's no point. Just let it go. Move on. Just in here to try to make people angry. I mean, Germany, again, they have their own problems going on. A lot of them. I mean, do you want me to unban them and you guys can keep going? I don't care. If you guys want to go on rage baiting with them, that's up to you. Oh, there you go. You guys could keep enjoying them. There you go. I've said my piece.
Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history. China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden.
The White House says the new findings come from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The president has long alleged, without evidence, there was widespread fraud in the 2020 election. Numerous audits and recounts have turned up no evidence of wrongdoing. The president also faced his own indictments alleging he interfered in multiple
Now there you go. You can enjoy the mentally handicapped individual and enjoy.
780 votes, which is one more than we have.
But the cases were tossed out after the president won in 2024. President Trump has also dismissed previous accusations of foreign interference in elections.
The Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country.
The president has been pushing Republicans all year to pass the Save America Act. The bill includes a national voter ID law and requires a birth certificate to prove citizenship to register to vote. Democrats say the president is trying to cast doubt on the upcoming midterms.
And it's the same tired, old lies about the 2020 election that no one has bought for 6 years. But he's going back to them because he is just so afraid of what's going to happen in 2026.
And even some Republicans are frustrated by the president's efforts to relitigate 2020.
Anytime you're looking back, you're not looking ahead, and I'm looking ahead to these elections, and the president should as well.
Whether the president's message resonates with
I abandoned
voters
him. I don't know,
could shape how both parties campaign heading into the midterm elections. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
All right, Fox News on top of that report. Of course, in addition to the president making his speech tonight, we've also heard from other Trump administration officials throughout the day. Let's get to that. Taking a live look here at the White House this evening, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio convened representatives from over 60 countries for a summit at the State Department to address a global rise of left-wing extremism and political terrorism. This summary here is according to C-SPAN. C-SPAN says Rubio argued that legacy institutions apply a double standard and excuse left-wing violence and urged countries to cooperate to, quote, crush this evil forever. We also saw White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. They also made remarks at this event. Here on Live Now, let's play out this press conference from earlier today at the State Department. Let's listen in.
Director Kash Patel, who's here with us. Thank you. Our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, has joined us as well. You'll hear shortly from Stephen Miller, the President's Deputy Chief of Staff and one of his top advisors on Homeland Security issues as well. And of course, our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is here. But again, I want to thank all of you that are here today. I want to thank the whole team here at the State Department as well for putting this together. It truly is an unprecedented event on an unprecedented issue, moment, I should say, in our history. So let me start by saying that the most essential duty of the state, the first responsibility, frankly, of any government of any kind, is the protection of its people. It's the protection of its country. This is a sacred obligation that should transcend all political and all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course by now, with what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost the fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that. On the 11th of September...
I mean, you guys banned him. I unbanned him. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing.
19 men murdered 3,000 people.
You guys say you want to go F with people, so I unban him, and then you reban him, so I don't know.
Murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004, and 52 more aboard London buses and the Underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism was rebuilt from the studs around the singular traumatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work, and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today. And we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. We killed al-Baghdadi and al-Zawahiri and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent,
I told you history, written history, but
has worked.
Apparently people want to still screw with this, so I don't know.
It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, There are representatives from across the political spectrum. We will hear this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of
Neo-Nazis, those are from Germany.
But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treated. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline, so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed
Trump said China interfered with the 2020 election. That was the long and short of it.
As they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor standing in a neighborhood consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself. That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. You came here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died, executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter,
Biden and the CIA
the
now.
lights went out in Berlin. The longest blackout in the city since
Berlin,
the
that's in
Second World War,
Germany.
sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far-left political terrorism is not a recent day modern
Germany
novelty.
is a lot of far-left terrorism.
Manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the dominant form of political violence. Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions, the violent terror of the Tupamaros, of the Monteseros, of the FARC, of the ELN. Remember the inhuman savagery.
Needs to get his speech better before he becomes president.
The Maoist fanatics who massacred the peasant villages of Peru, hacking pregnant women and newborn infants to death with axes and machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill in Castro's terrorist camps. All of you here from Europe remember. You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held a 5-time prime minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called people's trial and executing him in 1978. You remember the Red Army faction's nearly 3-decade campaign of bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations in Germany, murdering dozens and injuring hundreds more. You remember the 17 November organization in Greece, the Marxist extremists that terrorized Athens for more than a quarter century, including, by the way, shooting my country's CIA station chief dead outside of his home, in front of his wife, as they were returning home from a Christmas party. And here in America, we remember. We remember the same reign of deadly terror, justified by the same slogans, motivated by the same wicked ideas. We remember the Weather Underground, which bombed the Pentagon, which bombed the State Department, and bombed the Capitol. We remember the Black Liberation Army, which staged armed robberies and executed police officers at point-blank range. We remember the Symbionese Liberation Army, which shot a public school superintendent to death with cyanide-packed hollow point bullets. In one 18-month period, between 1971 and 1972, the FBI counted some 2,500 bombings on American soil, a rate of nearly 5 a day. The overwhelming share of that violence came from left-wing extremists. Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist or it's being exaggerated. But it does exist, and we're actually underestimating it. And our nations bear the scars to prove it. And today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" A healthcare executive
and he was German,
executed in cold blood in the streets, multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation, a man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking to a crowd of students. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can. This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist or communist or anarchist or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right, on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again seek to impose their ugliness on all of us. The old dogma was wrong. The old dogma was wrong. None of this is driven by idealism. It is not utopian. In fact, it is the opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice. That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The
Or in
world it
practice.
envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity or ambition, a world without heroes or glory or great causes to strive towards, a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. And the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines, they attack railroads, they attack power grids and laboratories, the physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is the nature of the terrorism we face today. They despise the West because the West is great. This is an international conference because we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel,
They masturbate,
and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission. Antifa militants and their comrades travel from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. And they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere, and it remains inextricably linked to the far left groups and movements across and beyond the West. Today's far left terrorists can raise money in one country. They can host their communications in a second country. They can receive training in a third country. They can recruit militants in a fourth country, and then together strike a target in a fifth country. And so we have no choice but to confront this menace together.
We are $14 in full bar. Let's go. Almost there.
Terrorists will continue to exploit the gaps between them. Under President Trump, for the first time, the United States is building the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror. The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent, far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon. In December, we announced Rewards for Justice, offering up to $10 million for information disrupting the financing behind these groups. In May, we convened the first counterterrorism law enforcement workshop, joining American law enforcement officials and their counterparts in our partner country nations together to map and develop strategies for dismantling these networks. The next workshop will be co-hosted with our partners in Germany. The coalition we're building together is already bearing fruit, and we are here today to build on that work. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it. just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time for the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours. It is easy to destroy great things. It is far more difficult to make them. The enemies of civilization are only capable of the former. They are only capable of destroying great things. All they know is destruction. But we have built great things together. We have done it time and again. We know what we must do, and now we must do it. Thank you for coming today.
Listening in there to Secretary Marco Rubio speaking at that conference.
What's up,
on
Danny?
Political terrorism. Wanted to put this up here.
I've been here.
Screen.
I've been
This is
around.
From Secretary Rubio saying today, I convened leaders from around the world for a ministerial meeting
Always
on the
around.
resurgence of political terrorism, driven by a rising tide of violent left-wing extremism. Together, we must rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat this new wave of this old evil. All right, you're watching live now from Fox. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. We have a lot more news to get to tonight. It is time for us to take another 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us for more news on the other side.
And I'm just heading out. I got to go and fill out a bunch of government paperwork before it gets too late. So I am out of here, folks. You have a very good, wonderful night. Do you guys want the same song from earlier back on? She sounds like something's going on with her. I don't know what, though. I will see you all, of course, tomorrow. I can't. I've been trying to get it done, Froggy, for the last hour and a half. But I'll be back on tomorrow. I've been on for 4 hours. I keep getting too distracted to finish it. When I read the same thing 8 times, I'm like, all right, I gotta go. I've had enough. Otherwise, I would keep it going.
Revolutionary guards reduced to rust. See children with bombs on their chests meet the Reaper's sight. We do the rest. Underground bunkers, sealed tombs of lies. J-dams and molds rain from the skies. No mercy, no quarter, the fact why is dead. Freedom's hammer smashing there.
It's going to be a wash on that spank. That's going to be the crappy part, brother.
Fuck your
energy. Burn, burn, live out your dream.